Going in 1 minute, guys. Going in 1 minute. Moves going live in 1. Get to your marching spots, guys. We're rolling. Loose going live in 10 seconds. Get to your marching spots. Loose going live. It's on. 8 o'clock came and gone. They're on the loop. You'll win the race.
Welcome back to the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals. We are here at Adobe Mountain RC Speedway in Glendale, Arizona. I'm Ben Ellis. This is Tyler Hooks. And Tyler, we saw some different names show up in qualifying yesterday. What happened with our qualifying Friday?
Well, finally, it took a while. We saw Jared Tebow take both classes in the first round, and it looked like he was almost going to have a perfect day taking Truggy in the second round as well. But some unfortunate luck for him in the second round of Buggy left him with a 21st for the round, and Dakota Finn was able to take the TQ. Not only did he take the TQ, but he took it by about 8 seconds.
What was even more impressive was he did it on a track that had deteriorated to the point, I guess the worst point for the weekend, if you will, just what you would expect on an 8-scale Nitro track after several days of practice and laps. But nonetheless, we saw, again, Tebow take that first round, showing up with another Truggy TQ, and then Dakota taking the Buggy TQ in round 2. So, again, we didn't see Ryan Mayfield crack the top 10 yesterday. Obviously had a little bit of bad luck. He's got a fresh start today. He can still do 2 qualifiers, and if he was able to TQ on either of them, he could still look at the overall TQ this weekend.
Yeah, Mayfield was one of the guys who unfortunately got a rock stuck inside of his car, so he wasn't able to finish that run. There's been a lot of guys that have been getting rocks in their steering, rocks in their flywheels, so that's going to be kind of a thing that they're going to have to there's nothing you can do about it. You can't really prepare to get a rock, but it's something that we probably will see throughout the rest of the weekend. And yeah, we've seen different things on the track every day. The first day we were watering every 2 races. The second day we were just watering the outside. The third day they added a little bit of an additive and watered every 4 races. Today they removed the roller right before the front straightaway so that people would stop jumping over the line on accident. And then they're using the additive again. So every day there's been something a little bit different. So kind of curious to see what they come up with tomorrow as well. But yeah, it's not the same every day.
It's been unique for every driver every round. Again, that watering schedule. We saw drivers like Mason Fuller able to put in top 5, top 6 runs from the C Heat yesterday. We'll see if he can repeat that same kind of action today as well. Tyler Jones also was able to put in a good run yesterday, putting a top 5 in that last round of qualification. So a lot of names that you expect to see there, maybe in a lower heat, that are still able to put in some good runs. We'll see if they can repeat that action today as we get into day 2 of qualifying here at the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals.
As always, big thank you to our sponsors, A-Main Hobbies, ProTech, Leadfinger, Nitro Pro, J Concepts, Beach RC, TNR Fuels, and Techno RC as we get started on day 2 of qualifying. Rodrigo Malagon and Brian Wells, the only ones making the call in this first race of the morning.
Again, these guys getting a little bit of open track, if you will, not having to deal with a lot of traffic or having to get by other drivers. Trying to take full advantage of that here and set the early TQ. Again, this is round 3 of qualification here on Saturday at the Aurora Off-Road Nationals, Off-Road Fuel Nationals. Going wide, this is the section that was worked on this morning, that second little single there in the mix of 3. We'll point that out. It's by the pit lane. Point that out as guys come back by again eventually. Hot lap for our leader, Rodrigo, with a minute left in this one, is 36.5. Again, we expect to see our faster drivers this weekend repeat the lap times that we saw yesterday. So that would be in the Truggy class, a very fast high 28, low 29. And if you can do a 30 flat, you're in the mix of things. Right there is where the jump was shaved down to avoid guys jumping over the line for timing issues. Again, Jared Tebow was the man to beat all day yesterday. He took both TQs in the Truggy class, so right now at least has his name in contention for the overall TQ this weekend. Rodrigo Malagon and Brian Wells, again, looks like our only 2 racers in this one this morning, so lots of clean open track for these guys. Taking advantage of it. Looks like they've both kept a pretty solid clean run here. Haven't seen too many marshal jobs. So again, we might actually see, now that we're looking at it and talking about it, we might, 2 drivers find themselves. We might see a little bit faster laps this week, or excuse me, today, as opposed to yesterday and Thursday, with the removal or the shaving of the little single roller there in the middle. We might see a little quicker times. Not too much, though. This is our leader, Rodrigo, that we're following along with right now. 34 flat out of Rodrigo. Time expiring. This will be Rodrigo's final lap. He is working lap 10 right now, working on a 10.616 pace.
So Rodrigo, like you said, on his final lap, he's got the fast lap of 34.6. Here he comes across the line with a 34 flat to end his run on a 10.612. Got Kevin Mendez from Rhode Island, Bob from Ontario, Canada, Spain, check in, try to get the Facebook page up, see what's going on there.
Rodrigo, the only one, it looks like, waiting on. Yep, there goes Brian. We're all done. So that'll do it. Rodrigo did take that one 10.612, so actually picked up a few seconds at the end. You see the Drake walking off track from turn marshalling. Brian Wells ended with an 8.617.
All right. So in Heat 2 is going to be Fox, Bloodworth, Kaylees, Cisneros, Hicks, Mitchell, Huglin, Lukovic, Coward, Didasco, and Gallegos.
This is Heat 2 of 8 of our 8-scale Nitro Truggy class. Again, as we get towards the top, really the top 4 heats, all have some respectively fast drivers in them. Not that these guys don't have a chance as well. That's what they're here to prove today. Aiden Fox, Robert Bloodworth, John Kales in this one. We'll take a look and see what everybody's able to do. We'll turn marshalling swap here.
Donnie B checking in on Facebook, joining us on there. Aiden Fox having unfortunate luck, I think, in both qualifiers yesterday, and Truggy not finishing either of them. So they're looking for marshals still. Once we get them out there, then we can get going.
And we're starting to see drivers take the track here. Oh, got a little blockage in pit lane. Help them out, help them out. Now we're rolling. Again, these guys get a 1-2 minute warm up here, and then drivers will come in, usually do a lap to a lap and a half, and then they will get ready to start this heat. Again, our man to beat yesterday was Jared Tebow. Tebow was able to take both rounds of qualification, setting himself up in the conversation for the overall TQ this weekend. Looking to repeat that and solidify it with a third TQ. That would do it for Mr. Tebow and give him the overall TQ this weekend. TQ does go straight to the final, and then they take the 4 top finishers from the semis.
That's just that is just for Buggy though. Truggy just uses a regular system, which I don't know why they use 2 different systems per class, but they do.
And we're live on this one. Again, 6 minutes here. Oh, getting a little wheelie roll action. Trying to go full throttle to get over that large double. Didn't work out that way.
Here's Justin Huglin. He was making tacos yesterday. I missed out. And then I was sad. Opting to not jump the back double. I kind of like that, though.
Looks like he's at least able to set up for that 180 a little better. Again, as we talked about, that back section is difficult to see from the driver's stand, just your depth perception and where that corner's at.
Ooh, shortcut.
Made quick work of it. Mr. Huglin here going over the double roller. It's our Techno Dragon's back. Getting up on two wheels there, electing to go for the double this time. Squares up nicely to hit down the back straightaway. Little orange and the yellow wheels, yellow wing.
Going around the holes in the 180 on the right side.
Huglin going to find himself in the 4 spot. Right now, Brian Lukovic is going to be out front. John Caley's in the 2 spot and Michael Cisneros in the 3. Looks like our leader is working on an 11.608. That would be enough for TQ for our early rounds here. Again, only 2 drivers in the heat previous, so early TQ was set by one of those 2. Now looking like the top 8 drivers in this one looking to go faster than that individual. That was Rodrigo Malagon that set that early round pace.
So here's John Caley's. Onto the straightaway, he's in the 4th spot right now. 11.520.
Had a little bit of a rougher lap. That one had a 35.8 fast lap coming out of Michael Cisneros. That last lap, a 33.4. That is our new race leader.
John missing the bump on the inside, down the back straight.
Successfully clearing the Moon Crater double there. There's John finding himself in the number 2 position right now. Working his way over the large tabletop and back down as we follow along it with, that's Aiden Fox there that just went by. There's Michael Cisneros leading that pack there. Cisneros going over that large double. Yellow wheels, yellow wing, going outside option inside to the double, setting up for the roller section. That's our race leader, Michael Cisneros. The back section does look to be a little more tame than it was at the end of the evening yesterday. But again, the maintenance crew comes out here and does a little patching and shaving, if you will, trying to clean up the roughest of the stuff. Cisneros getting a little sideways there.
Still his hot lap of the race, though, 33.4. So Mike on an 11.612 Techno Truggy. Caley's up to the number 2.
Lukovic finding himself in the 3 position. Again, top looks like 6 drivers looking to go faster than Rodrigo's previous set pace. That's our race leader, Michael Cisneros, going over the large double. Thought about going a little too tight there and elected for the better line.
Does a 32.8 this lap. So new hot lap of the race. Over the center double, getting around an upside down car. Going around the hump.
Ooh. Found one of those moon craters there getting onto the straightaway. Was able to save it though. Not going to cost him a terrible amount of time there. 34.9 does slow him down just a little bit, but still on an 11.612 pace. We've got a minute 20 to go in this one for our race leader.
Working his way through the little elevated corner. Having a little bit of trouble with traffic. Mike with a 33.6 that time by. The Killick brothers are not here. This is the American Nationals for North America, so all 50 states as well as Canada and Mexico. So the Killick brothers do not qualify.
We've got 15 seconds to go in this one. That is Caesar we saw across the line just there. Caesar over the back, big double. Again, we had a roller removed from the track this morning. So again, we might see lap time start to increase just a little bit. That was shaved off with a shovel.
So Caesar down the back straight. Right here is where they shaved that jump. Caesar's up to the 4th spot on that lap. Thank you, Mr. Moore. So Caesar on his final lap, looking to end up 4th for the run. Comes by with his hot lap at 34.1. John Cayley's comes by with his hot lap as well on the last lap at 33.1. But Cisneros going to come out on top by quite a bit, 11.612.
So again, our top 6 drivers all going faster than Rodrigo's earlier set TQ. 11.612 will now be the pace. Taking a look at our beachrc.com track overview. We're taking a look at the right side of the track, looking back towards the driver's stand. Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Everybody getting temped and started up. There's Christopher Hicks there.
I need water, guys. I need water on the track. I totally forgot about that.
There's Father Fuller. Again, in this one, we'll have Daniel Salvas, Scotty Brewer, Thomas Michaels, Eclip, Brent Densford, Derek Thibodeau, Jamie Haida, Jose Sanchez, John Young, Jacob Vigil, and Kyle Adolph.
I think we're getting water. Yeah, so after race 2, this round is going to get water. So 2, 6, 10, 14, and 18 this round. Next round, it'll be 3, 7, 11, 15, and that's it.
I doubt that it'll play much of a factor, but this is probably the closest that we'll have seen water being applied from both the evening into qualifiers in the day, if you will. So early in the morning as well, the sun's not as hot as it's going to be. The track definitely still has a little bit of moisture in it prior to them putting this round of water down. So will this hold a little longer? Probably not, but it is interesting that this is the closest we've had water on the track, I guess.
This one's going to be Salvas, Brewer, Michaels, Nickzat, Densford, Thibodeau, Ida, Sanchez, Young, Vigil, and Adolph. Once we get done with our water, Beach RC track overview cam.
Looks like we've got Mr. Ryan Pavitas there, bottom left corner, enjoying a breakfast bar. Choice of champions here for qualifying day 2 at the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals. Early TQ in this one, Michael Cisneros ran it in that last heat in 11.612. one of 5 drivers able to put in 11 laps so far today.
Got a Scotty Brewer fan in the chat room. It's about 61 degrees outside, so cool enough to still have a hoodie for most. There's Graham Hill out there throwing some water down.
This is Heat 3 of 8 in our Truggy class. Beach RC bringing us our track overview. Michael Cisneros was the one to set the early pace here. He did so in Heat number 2. An 11.612 was the pace. So that's what our drivers in this one will be looking to better. Only 2 names showing up atop the leaderboard yesterday. That was Jared Tebow in our Truggy class for both rounds, and then Jared Tebow as well for the first round of Nitro Buggy. Dakota Finn taking round 2 TQ. So a lot of storylines this morning as to who can still claim that top spot. We've got 2 rounds of qualifying today. Jared looking to solidify that TQ with taking a round 3 in Truggy, and looking to get himself back in the hunt and buggy. Getting the cue there from our race director to turn these guys loose. They're going to start hitting the track, getting their warm-up laps in. Everybody working their way to the back side of the track here. Taking a look at our Techno Dragons back right now.
There's Mike Cisneros on the track.
Rocking the AKA sweatshirt and LA cap.
Doing a little marshalling.
Nothing like starting your day off with a little nitro and marshalling. Throw some coffee in there, it's a good day.
So everybody checked into this one. Ooh, they got a little wet in the lander for the double. TNR option line. Actually seeing people take different options. Not super often that you see that actually happen at a track, where you actually set up an option lane and people take it.
Most drivers completing their warm-up lap and electing to come in for a splash of fuel. Other drivers electing to go backwards, it looks like. That'll happen sometimes. It's practice. It's okay.
We can't hear the ambient, but according to our Facebook chat, somebody's trying to blow their stuff up a little earlier.
About 15 seconds until this one goes live. 6 minutes to run the most laps in the fastest amount of time. Michael Cisneros is the one to do that right now. Hit on 11.612. And they are going to turn this one loose. It is live. Salvas, Brewer, Thibodeau, Eclipse. Adolph, all of our drivers getting checked in here. No one wanting to really space themselves out too much in this one. Why do that when you could just go now?
I think we've got Scotty Brewer right here.
Down that back straightaway, working through that moon hole. Up and over the double, just barely getting on it.
Scotty Brewer across the line, 32.5. Taking the inside option line.
Down the long back straightaway for our race leader, Scotty Brewer. Early on, lap 1, he set himself on a 12-lap pace. He'll have to click off another 32 or better lap time to see that stick. And he does, 32.7 for our leader, Scotty Brewer. Currently on a 12.632 pace. That'd be our first 12-lap run here in round 3.
So Scotty likes the inside option line. Double into the race corner, down the Dragon's back. Up it to the newest section of the track and back onto the back straightaway. Scotty's starting off pretty quick here. 33 flat, he's on an 11.6 flat now.
Still good enough for TQ, him, and it looks like E-Clip there now in the number 2 spot. E-Clip also looking to go faster than Michael Cisneros' 11.612. Currently on an 08 pace.
Oh, and he gets stuck. So Scotty going to slow down just a little bit, having to do a 360.
A 340 to go in this one. Still Scotty Brewer, who we're following along with, out front. Scotty clicked off a 35.2. One of his slower laps is going to turn him down to an 11.607.
Oh, jumps off the track.
That is the third option line that not everybody uses. Scotty trying it out.
I think he's going to report back that it worked out okay.
31.9, the fast lap. That's coming out of our second place driver, Mr. E-Clip.
See what this lap has for Scotty. 33.3, he's on an 11.607. E-Clip's on an 11.611. Those two the only guys, like you said, ahead of Mike Cisneros.
I think we're taking a look at E-Clip here, working his way down that back right side, the track, excuse me. Working with a little bit of traffic here. That's actually Jamie Haida and Kyle Adolph there that we're looking at. Oh, one of them going upside down.
Yeah, Adolph's the black wheels yellow. I think Ida's in the Kyosho.
Take a look at the TNR option lane there. 2 of 3 opting inside, third going outside.
They hit all of the pipes. Techno Dragon's back. The orange truck's Brent Densford.
Densford trying to hold off Adolph there. And he's not successful. Adolph will move past on the track. Densford, though, is out front on the clock, but he goes upside down, and, oh, where's a Marshall?
Not paying attention.
Coming, but a ways off. So Densford really going to struggle off that one, and it just continues to get worse here, having to deal with some traffic.
Our leader just went around him, Scotty Brewer. Scotty running his hot lap on the last one, a 32.3.
E-Clip still in that 2 spot, about 2.5 seconds back of our race leader, Scotty Brewer. Thomas Michaels in the 3. Johnny Young in that 4. Brent Densford in the 5. We've got 1:25 to go in this one.
Brent Densford drops all the way down to the 10 on a 42-second lap.
There goes E-Clip right there. And that all yellow machine, yellow wheels, yellow wing. 2 drivers going inside. That is 1 and 2 on the clock and on the track. That's Scotty Brewer directly in front. White wheels going outside. E-Clip going inside of the lapper. Oh, no. Our leader and second get hung up on the pipe. Both of them clear it and continue on. I don't know if either driver is aware of the positions they share on the clock right now.
So Scotty with a long lap that time by. He's going to move down to the 3 spot. So Eclipse to the 1. Thomas Michaels in the 2.
So a lot of flipping and flopping going on in this one with 35 seconds to go. We're looking at 3 and 1 respectively. Ooh, just about swapped that around though. That's Scotty Brewer, white wheels getting touching the pipe. Second vehicle down the straightaway. Third is our race leader in the all yellow. Everybody managing to avoid running into each other. Pretty clean there. Everybody kind of sorts it out. 10 seconds to go in this one. It's still Eclipse, Thomas Michaels, Scotty Brewer, John Young, and Daniel Salvas. That is our top 5 here. Leader still looking to complete an 11 lap, 6:09. 6:12 the pace for second, Thomas Michaels. And it looks like another second and a half back is Mr. Scotty Brewer.
Scotty with kind of another rough lap coming.
Seems to be a new vehicle entering the circuit every time they come around. Everybody really just kind of piling together. All 11 cars seeming to find each other. Looks like Eclipse will finish that one and take the race win. Thomas Michaels will solidify second. Scotty Brewer third. 11.609 is what Mr. Eclipse was able to run. Thomas Michaels ran an 11.610, so just 9/10 of a second back. And then Scotty Brewer back a little bit further at 11.620 after a couple of rough laps. Had a 39.8 that last one. So Eclipse will be our new TQ. 11.609. Thomas Michaels will finish out in second overall and in this heat. Cisneros will hold a third place position from our second heat of the class. So we'll get the turn marshals swapped around, and then we'll get into Heat 4. We're going to start seeing some bigger names in this one. Cody Thompson, Brian Werrick, Sean Alcorn, Travis Saunders, Danny Trevino, Mike Sontag in there.
Thank you to Louie for the stars. Still haven't entirely figured out what stars do, but we appreciate them. So next up, we've got Chura, Burt, Bartlett, DeShinis, Gleckler, Sava, Sontag, Thompson, Wyrick, Alcorn, Saunders, and Trevino.
Taking a look at the ProTech RC pit lane cam. See Mike Sontag right there.
A still unenthusiastic Chloe Finn.
It's about identical to the enthusiasm level of yesterday, it would appear.
She said that, I texted her about it yesterday. She said, I have a bad case of RBF, and I don't even mean it.
I think it's easy to have when you're at the RC track. You're trying to make sure you've done everything that you could to make sure the vehicle's ready to go. You're thinking about what you need to do, not really paying attention to your face.
I do have to send a shout out to Miss Chloe for going to get me some Jersey Mikes yesterday, because it was fantastic.
Yeah, everybody being turned loose on our pit lane here, and unfortunately being turned into each other. But they'll get that sorted out.
Except for Mike Sontag, because Chloe is skilled at this.
She knows, hey, we'll let them all go, and then we'll go. It's okay. 6 minutes here to determine if somebody can outdo the TQ set by Eclipse in that last one. Thomas Michaels is going to be in second overall right now. Michael Cisneros in the 3. Scotty Brewer, John Kalies, and Justin Huglin are top 6 going into this one.
All right, everybody getting checked in. Got 1:15 left to go in warm up. 8 heats of truggy.
Everybody coming in to get topped off on fuel. And then they'll get this one going.
All right, this one goes live in 15 seconds.
We are into heat 4 of 8 in our Truggy class. And our classes this weekend are Nitro Truggy, 40 plus Nitro Buggy, and then just regular Nitro Buggy. You can be old or young to run that one.
Absolutely.
Loop live on this one. Oh no, seeing the driver get upside down after starting his hot lap. It's never how you want to get a race started. But got to put it out of mind and just try to start clicking off clean laps and let the chips fall where they may. Working that back straightaway right now, trying to recollect himself. That's actually Dylan Bartlett right there. Dylan getting it wrong. Pretty good move there to get back on all fours, but still cost himself some time. Letting everybody get around for lap 1. Cody Thompson throwing down a quick lap already. 31.9 for Cody. Jordan Gleckler, 31.4. Sontag of 32 flat. Oh, no, it looks like Mr. Bartlett and another driver getting into each other. Now a third. No one can get away from each other. That's Cody Thompson, Brian Work, and Dylan Bartlett all bumping and grinding. Sontag now trying to come up and play, I guess. I don't know that he wants to, but
oh, my God, that was brutal.
Bartlett just giving it to somebody there.
Yikes.
Mike Sontag we're following along with right now, riding the pipe down that back straightaway. Made it work out in his favor. Trying to recollect. Vehicle not even wanting to stay on all fours, even while going straight. There's Sontag working his way over the large double. Mike Sontag going to find himself in the number 2 position right now. He's working on a 12-lap pace. 0.8 of a second slower than our race leader, Jordan Gleckler. He's on a 12-lap 6:20. This would be our first 12-lap runs of the morning.
It looks like Bartlett was backwards on the track.
So what started as a bad lap turned into a bad run for Mr. Bartlett. Sontag getting turned around there a little bit through the moon craters. Oh no, getting tagged by a driver trying to turn around. He's still going to hold down the the number 2 spot. Gleckler, who is just behind him on the circuit, is in the number 1 spot. Oh, Sontag up on 2 wheels, keeps it together, opts for the outside line.
So just try not to get taken out by, like, roving cars moving across the track.
Again, these vehicles having some trouble navigating the obstacles of the course this weekend, both the ever-changing track conditions and just technicality of the track itself. So it seems to be that you can find someone coming back on the course at just about every corner.
And this is Gleckler trying to get around Sontag.
Our race leader, he's currently 5 seconds ahead of him on the clock. Trying to get around him physically on the track. Goes outside option line. They both kind of have some issues. Sontag will hold the position, but he gets a little wide there going up the Techno Dragon's back onto the back straightaway right now. They're both going to have to contend with 2 other drivers.
They've got some HB on HB racing crime in front of them.
Ooh, Gleckler looking for the inside. Goes over the top of Sontag.
That was beautiful. We might need a replay of that. I don't think you could have done that any better.
What a great move by Gleckler. That was, did we flame out? Or did he lose power? Oh, no.
Oh, that was the coolest pass ever.
After sticking a impressive pass over Sontag, who took the worst end of it, finds himself with technical failures. So we take a look at our J Concepts instant replay here. Gleckler looking on the inside of Sontag, couldn't get it. Sets up on the outside to shoot over the top of him and lands it gets Sontag just a little out of sorts, enough that he makes contact with the other driver going past. But
yeah, Sontag hit Weyrich and it was all over. And then Gleckler flames out immediately after.
What a series of events here early on.
That's going to move Cole Chura to the lead, Cody Thompson to the 2, Travis Saunders to the 3.
.125 to go in this one. So Chura to the point. Cody Thompson, Travis Saunders, Eric Deschaines, and Nick Sava are our top 5 right now.
Got 3 drivers out of this one. Gleckler, Burt, and Trevino. Hot lap of the race, 30.7 from Brian Weyrich in the 5 spot. That's who we're following along with.
About 50 seconds to go in this one. Brian working his way over the big double. Up and down the left side tabletop. About 40 seconds to go in this one. The pace has dropped off after the drama between Gleckler and Sontag. That will leave us at an 11.603 currently, the pace.
Weyrich trying not to hit Cody Thompson there. Getting a little jammed up. Deschaines to the 3 spot, 32.2 on his last lap.
10 seconds to go in this one. Weyrich finding himself in the 4 position and now finding himself upside down, unfortunately.
So here's our leader, Cody Thompson. A little short.
Little bunny hop there. But he's still able to get it done. An 11.602.3. We'll see what Cole Chura can do this last lap. He may be able to take this one. Just a 1/10 of a second separating the 2 drivers going into their final laps. And Cole Chura, just barely misses it. So Cody Thompson's going to take that one on an 11.602.3. Cole Chura an 11.602.5. So 0.2 of a second separating 1 and 2. Eric Deschaines is going to finish up in the 3 position. Nick Sava, Mike Sontag will round out our top 5. And all top 5 drivers did go faster than Eclipse TQ from the previous round, that 11.609. So 5 faster drivers moving up here. So we take a look at our BeachRC.com track overview. This will be Heat 5 of 8. And we'll see even more names in this one, like Chris Wheeler, Cole Jensen, Adam Peters, Jerome Traynor, Billy Fisher, Paul Ciccarello, Wyatt Beater, Brandon Bartlett, and Rhonda Drake.
So like they said, next up, race 5. I don't think we're running any lower finals today. I think we're just starting tomorrow. Oh, okay, apparently we are. Okay, so 4 races, 4 finals tonight, whichever the lowest ones are. Then the rest tomorrow. ProTech RC Pit Lane Cam.
That's what I thought. Chris Nelson and Donnie V. Buddy Christian also in this one. ProTech RC Pit Lane Cam. Mechanics waiting for the signal. We see Adam the Drake pitting his wife, the Drakette, Rhonda Drake. Team Mugen. See Adam always working there, putting the car down and immediately checking the watch there. Never wasting a moment on the track or in the pits. TQ to beat again, an 11.602.3 from Cody Thompson. Cole Chura was just 0.2 of a second behind him, also on an 0.2.
Just watched Cole Ogden jump over a really tall fence outside of our window. That was impressive.
The hair gives him special powers.
I think it does. I think it makes him fly.
Option lane here for most of our drivers, working over the double onto the single. Some communication happening. Always like to bad lip read anybody communicating from the track. That's how I pass the time. Got about 40 seconds to go until we turn this one live here.
Got some Cody Thompson fans. Some fans of general bashing and banging. $20 seconds left so we get this one started.
All right, so we've got a live loop here for this one. Let's see who we're following along with here. I think that's Cole Jensen there that we're taking a look at. Can already tell the speed of these drivers starting to pick up here as we get higher in these heat numbers, getting closer to our fastest drivers of the weekend. And that is Cole Jensen, 31.2 for Mr. Jensen, the first one to come around so far. Cole Jensen working his way over the Techno Dragon's back, just kissing the pipe there. I don't think you can make that any faster. Jensen is also out front after lap one. Jensen working his way over the Moon Crater double, working his way back towards the driver's stand. He clicks off a 30.9. That's a fast lap, but it's not faster than Paul Ciccarello's 30.5, which will move him to the point. Brendan Bartlett in the 2 with a 30.9. Cole Jensen in the 3. Chris Wheeler, Buddy Christian. Then Chris Nelson, Billy Fisher, Jerome Traynor, Donnie V, Rhonda Drake, Wyatt Beater, and Adam Peters. Right now, top 9 are all working faster than Cody Thompson's 11.602. Cole Jensen now back to the point, 30.9 that lap. He's going to be on a 12.612 for Mr. Jensen. Jensen working outside on that option lane, back inside. Oh, no, he's going to get a little bit in the pipe, but keeps it together. That's Paul Ciccarello right behind him, I believe. Actually, I don't believe that is, now that I say it. I'll have to take a look who they come across there. That might be Paul. I don't think it is, though. Here's Cole Jensen crossing the line. That's Jensen. That's Jerome Traynor, I believe. That's Cole Jensen right there. Our number 3, Chris Wheeler, now to the point. Jensen working his way down that back straightaway. Ooh, looking for an inside line on the lap rider. He's going to find it. Driver, excuse me. See Rhonda Drake up there in front of him as well. There goes Cole. His buddy Christian that he got around. Jerome Traynor behind them. Billy Fisher behind them. Fisher in the 3 spot. Chris Wheeler, though, is our race leader right now. That's Rhonda Drake that we're taking a look at. White wheels, pink, white, and black. Working her way down the back straightaway. That is Team Mugen. The Drakeette. Back towards the start-finish line for Mrs. the Drake. She finds herself in the 9 spot. Cole Jensen, the 2, Chris Wheeler leading this one. Chris over the start-finish line now. He is going to have a slow lap here, it looks like. Wheeler's going to drop off of the number 1 spot. 36.7. It's still enough to hold on, but just barely. We're going to have some moving around here, yep. Mr. Wheeler down to the 5 spot. So Cole Jensen's going to take over the 1. This is Billy Fisher that we're following along with right now. Fisher finds himself in the 2 spot. Had a rough lap early on, looking to make up for it. On the backside of Jerome Traynor, he's going to get through on the inside. What a clean pass over the big double for Billy Fisher. Team S works. He's going to go inside option line. 4 drivers opting for the outside. Fisher gets it wrong, though. He's going to end up on his lid after just taking the lead on that one. Looked for what was looking to be an impressive pass on at least 3 drivers, but unfortunately gets it wrong and ends up on his lid. So I believe that's going to move Cole Jensen back to the point as we take a look at Fisher here trying to catch back up. Fisher working his way over the start-finish line. That slow one of a 35 flat's going to move him back to the 2 spot. Brendan Bartlett now is going to jump up all the way from the 4 to the 1 on a 12.619. He had a 31.1 that last lap. Fisher working his way back through traffic again, gets on the backside of a couple different drivers. He's going to make it work. Gets a 2 for 1 there. Tagging the backside of one driver who gets in the back of another. Moves them both out of the way and gets the position back. He's still showing in second place right now with 1:10 to go in this one. Fisher going to cross still in second, 31.6 after the tagging. Brendan Bartlett out front. Wheeler back to the 3. Cole Jensen the 4. Chris Nelson the 5. 12.619 the pace still for Brendan Bartlett. Fisher on a 12.620. Working his way over the Techno Dragons back side of the track to the back straightaway. Going to be coming up on Mrs. the Drake next, Rhonda Drake. Rhonda sees Billy coming, leaves the door open for him, but he can't get it done, so she continues on. I'll see her. I guarantee she'll give up the position here in the option. Oh, Billy takes away before they can even get there, though. Opts to go back inside. Wheeler now back to the point, though, with 20 seconds to go in this one.
Talk to our friends at Roar. For Truggy, it's 10 cars directly into the main with 2 bumps. Meant to ask about Buggy, too, but I did not.
Fisher working his way over the start-finish line. He is back to the point, 12.618. Wheeler now takes the point. Wheeler just over the start-finish line, so time expiring in this one. This will be their last laps. It's going to come down to this final one between Fisher and Wheeler. There's Fisher working his way down that back straightaway. Bumping all the way, but staying on all 4s. Tight 180 over the double. Back towards the driver's stand here to finish the lap. He will end up with a 30.8. Will that be enough to beat Chris Wheeler? It will. Chris Wheeler with a 32.7. So Billy Fisher will take that one. 12.618.2. Chris Wheeler at 12.619.8, and Brendan Bartlett's going to finish this one in third. He's finishing his last lap right now. Make sure he finishes that clean to take the position from Cole Jensen. There's Brendan. Ooh, he will get it by just 0.4 of a second over Jensen for that third position. So top 5 in that one: Fisher, Wheeler, Bartlett, Jensen, and Vinkmulder.
Donnie V. So next up is going to be Heat 6 of 8. We're into our top 36 drivers from seeding. Drivers from the last race off to Tech and then out to Marshall. And Adam Peters not making the start to this one, so unfortunate luck for Mr. Peters. This next one's got Duvall, Heckert, Sontag, Fuller, Setzer, Fuller, Van Dalen, Bata, Robinson, Wiggins, Arredondo, and Kyle Johnson.
Taking a look at that Pro Tech RC pit lane cam. See all kinds of fast guys there. I see Lee Setzer in camera, Davey Bata, Mason Fuller, Remember, Mighty Mason Fuller was able to set TQ early in the C Heat all day yesterday that held usually through the A Heat, finding himself, I believe, in a 6th and 7th position.
Yeah, he put in 2 top 10 runs from the C Heat back to back. And you were right. I believe it was 6th and 7th. I've got this handy-dandy website I can use to look, and it was a 6 and a 7.
It's nice having that live RC handy, isn't it?
It is.
Felt like a real tool coming back and starting racing again. One of the first weekends at our local track, Hoosier RC Hobbyplex, which is racing today with 200 entries for the point series. Asked to see the printout sheet. I was like, where's the printout sheet? I'm trying to see what qualifier I am. And everybody kind of looked at me like I was stupid. I was like, bro, it's on all the TVs all throughout the facility. Yeah. We don't use paper anymore.
Yep. They use the parent-child function on Live RC to put up all of their scoring up on the TVs. Race Vision. Yeah, they even have a neat little thing for their podiums where they put everybody's names up there. That's not something that obviously that we do, but they do that specifically at their track.
Pretty cool. They race several times a week in multiple classes. I think 2 days a week in electric off-road, and then they've got 2 days of oval racing as well. So pretty cool to get to go up there and get your name put up on the big screen, and they make you feel pretty special.
45 seconds left before we rip this one off. C Heat again for Truggy.
Everybody finishing up their warm-up laps here. Be coming in and getting topped off on fuel. We are in beautiful Glendale, Arizona this weekend. This is the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals.
Beautiful stretch.
It's pretty beautiful. If you come from a winter state like I do, this is pretty nice for March.
I guess that's fair. But I think that the only 2 trees in this entire state are here at the track.
That is fair. Live loop for this one.
Here's Seth freaking Van Dalen.
Van Dalen had a little bit of issues in round 1, but I thought we were seeing something.
You thought we were seeing another issue?
I thought we were seeing another issue. He's just spacing them out. Van Dalen had a little bit of issues, but came back solidly in round 2. I believe he put a top 10 run in Buggy, didn't he?
Yes. A 2.
It's pretty darn good.
I would take a 2.
I'd take a 2 at any track, at any race.
Seth working through the middle section, up the Dragon's back. Oh.
Ooh. Officially on his first lap. Doesn't lose too much time. That may have even been just as quick as taking the real line.
It couldn't have really gone any better for going that badly. See where he slots in at. 30.6, so lost a little bit of time.
I can tell you right now we're already seeing a little bit quicker lap times out of this C Heat for lap 1, 29.6. Carlos Arredondo, a 29.7. Heckert, a 30.4. Same for Fuller, Johnson. And then Lee Setzer with a 30.9. So everybody close here early on.
So Wiggins and Arredondo battling it out. Carlos moves up to the lead. Wiggins to the 2. They both swap lap times. Carlos with 2 27.7s. Wiggins with a 6 and a 9. Seth Van Dalen up to the 3 with a 29.8. Spencer Heckert down to the 4. And then Caden Fuller up to the 5. Caden trying to throw it on old big bro.
Seth Van Dalen down that back straightaway right now. Techno team driver. Looking to take over the top spot right now. He's going to find himself right in the mix as he finishes this lap.
Ooh.
And he does take it. 29.2 for Seth Van Dalen that lap. That will put him to the point on a 13.628. 3 drivers on 13 lap runs. Those will be our first 13 lap runs of the day. And only group of handful have only turned 13 this weekend.
And as we know from watching yesterday, it's going to take at least that to even try to crack the top 10. So Van Dalen's 13.628, Wiggins and Heckert off of 13 laps, Wiggins on a 13.629. Van Dalen down to a 13.626 with two 29.2s in a row.
Van Dalen going inside on the TNR option lane, back into the Techno Dragon's back, driving the Techno. Van Dalen, our race leader, he cracked out his fast lap and the fastest of the race, a 29.2 the previous lap. Looking to have another solid lap on this one. Stretching it out there over the little double. He does a 29.6, 13.626 pace.
Heckert to the 2 spot. Oh, Van Dalen makes a mistake. He's upside down, but Heckert to the 2 spot with a 29.1. Fuller to the 3 with a 29.1. Wiggins holding on to the 4. They're all on 13-lap paces. This isn't going to help Seth Van Dalen having to get marshaled, though.
I believe that might put Spencer Heckert to the point. He was only 0.7 of a second behind him. There's Spencer right now, S-Works driver, getting it a little wrong. Gets it back and going, though, over the start-finish line. He's going to drop a little bit. Still a 30.9, still in the top 3 there.
Van Dalen down to the 4 on a 32.4. Even with trouble, Mason Fuller drops another 29.1. He's on a 13.627. Taking a little bit longer to get going than he did in the previous runs, but he's up to the top. Wiggins still in the 2 spot. He's pretty much been on a 13.629 the entire race.
So Wiggins keeping it smooth and steady, letting everybody else sort themselves out as we watch Spencer Heckert over the big double there. Heckert finds himself in the 3. He's only 1.3 back of our leader, Mason Fuller, the HB team driver, Mason Fuller.
Here's Wiggins. Onto the back straightaway he goes. Around the right side 180 over the double. Wiggins onto the straightaway with a 30.6. He's on a 12.6 flat now.
1:30 to go in this one. Fuller, Heckert, Wiggins, Van Dalen, Sontag, Caden Fuller, and Carlos Arredondo. That's our top 7. Wiggins working his way through the uphill moguls. Double onto the backside, little tight 180 roller through the moon landing holes. Back straightaway 180 over the double. That's our number 4 driver now. We'll see what he can crank out on this one. It's going to be another 30. 29.4 for Jared Wiggins. Quick lap out of him.
Seth Van Dalen pops off the hot lap of the race on his last one, a 29 flat. He's in the 2 spot. Seth Van Dalen to the 2 now. Heckert to the 3. Wiggins in the 4. Fuller out front on a 13.625. He's got about 2.5 seconds on the field at the moment. 1 minute left to go in this heat.
Wiggins down that back straightaway. Orange, blue, and white Techno Truggy working his way over the double back towards the driver's stand. Mason Fuller still out front in this one. Wiggins a 30.2 that lap. There's our race leader. That's mighty Mason Fuller. HB team driver, yellow, blue, and orange. Working his way back towards the driver's stand right now. 13.624 the pace. 28.9 out of Mason Fuller. That is the hot lap of the race and the round so far.
So, as you said, 13.624. That's going to be a good run overall.
Tell you, watching him here, he looks, I mean, again, he's fast. I mean, he's going to have to whip it around, but he looks controlled, and he's hitting really the marks that he needs to in these positions of the track that have become pretty rough. So he's able to click off another 29 here, 29.4 for Mason Fuller.
Mason working the left side of the track. This is going to be his final lap, so he's just trying to finish it out.
I think right through there, I think is where he really looks the best so far. That little double single setting up for the Techno Dragons back. That's hard to get right and do it fast, and Mason's doing it right now. So he's able to turn out this lap on his final. 29.1 out of Mason Fuller. That'll do it. 13.623 in new TQ for Mason Fuller. Seth Van Dalen looking to finish up his last lap, still also looking to be the only other driver. He is on a 13-lap run. Wiggins finished on a 12.6 flat.
Still waiting on Seth Van Dalen.
I think that was him, yep.
There he is, 29.6. So 13.628 in second for Seth Van Dalen. Wiggins in the 3. Tater Sontag up to the 4. Heckert in the 5. Then it's Fuller, Arredondo, Johnson, Setzer, Bada, Duvall, and Robinson. The entire top 10 going faster than Billy Fisher's run from the previous race.
Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Everybody coming back in, getting checked out. There's the Fuller family. Bringing back in Mr. Mason Fuller, who will reset the TQ, Davey Bada.
ProTech RC pit lane cam. So I think we may be getting water now. So heat 7 of 8. Truggy. We've got Harris, Tollard, Jones, Bornhorst, Mechanic, Danny, Jelen, Pavitas, Westergaard, Drake, Turner, and Spinrad.
This is heat 7 of 8. This is our B heat of 1/8 scale Nitro Truggy. ProTech RC pit lane cam showing the mechanics and drivers waiting to get this one going. See Tommy Hines down there rocking the Joe Dirt. This is round 3 of qualifying here at the Roar Off-Road 1/8 scale Fuel Nationals. We're at Adobe Mountain RC Speedway in Glendale, Arizona. Mason Fuller setting the TQ from the C heat, just like he did most of the day yesterday as we take a look at our Beach RC track overview. Water going down on the track now. Again, water schedule has been water every 4 heats. We have been watering the entire track. It is a little bit overcast today, so a little less direct sunlight on the track. Still a decent little bit of a breeze blowing. Nice and warm in the 70s and 80s. So it's not an issue of this track drying out at all, but I don't think we'll see it get as baked and just completely get dry and dusty as quickly as we did yesterday if this weather holds as it is right now. Again, as we talked to drivers yesterday, everybody really seemed to prefer the track 1 heat after water was placed down. So technically, our drivers in that A heat will have what they wanted as far as a prime track condition. Meanwhile, drivers here in this B heat will look to try to prove them wrong and put the fastest time down here on a wet track. As you can see, though, not a lot of water being applied. Water pressure is not real high out here, so even though it may take them a while to get water down, by the time they're finished, where they've started, it's probably dried up already.
What's water?
It's the stuff that we're throwing down and wasting time doing. But it's doing something.
Actually, without it here, it makes the track real not fun. As we saw on our first Roar official practice day, the seeding day.
I think ideally what you would like to see in this situation is maybe a little bit bigger hose, a little bit more water pressure, something where you're able to go out and get water placed down fairly quickly, where it would be pretty consistent across the track. But, you know, that's a perfect scenario world. Not everybody has those options. Again, lots of fast ones in this one. Steve Harris, Cole Tollard, Tyler Jones, Joe Bornhorst. Ethan Mechanic, Tanner Denny, CJ Jellin, Ryan Pavitas, Anthony Westergaard, Adam the Drake, Kyle Turner, and Walker Spinrad. It's our Buggy Heat. Taking a look at our beachrc.com track overview. Water has finished. And now we're just waiting for the go-ahead from our race director to set these guys loose on the track. I believe that's Tater Sontag moving to a turn marshal position. Nope, just a little bit of water still being applied. We missed a spot.
Missed the spot.
Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Everybody being set free into the wild. This is our Buggy Heat of 1/8 scale Nitro Truggy. This is round 3 of qualifying. We will qualify 10 Truggies straight into the A main and bump 2. Looking at Tanner Denny and Joe Bornhorst here, getting some early practice laps in. Team S-Works drivers separating themselves after Bornhorst gets hung up on a pipe. And all kinds of bumping and banging going around early in practice. We'd have it no other way.
1 minute left to go until this one gets started.
Again, TQ to beat is going to be Mason Fuller so far as we take a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. In, splash, and out for most drivers. Westergaard in there along with young Ryan Pavitas.
There's CJ.
25 seconds until this one is live. Taking a look at it, it's Tyler Jones. There it is. Tyler Jones putting together a good, clean run yesterday in Buggy. I believe he put himself top 5, top 6 for the round.
Yeah,
got a chance to talk to Tyler yesterday. He said, "Hey, you looked pretty good out there in that second round. What changed?" He said, "I slowed down and started driving the car like a mod buggy, and I found it to be way better." So he's going to look to try to repeat that in Truggy here. Green flag is out. They are live. Jones going to be starting his hot lap now.
I love the way he hits that side corner. He like kind of launches off of it. I think that's sweet.
Really pitches it in there. You have to have good depth perception, though, where you're going to be sending it and hit the right spots, and he's able to do so. Down that back straightaway for Tyler Jones. Techno J Concepts team driver working his way over the big double back towards the start-finish line. He's going to start lap 1 out with a 29.6. That is going to be the hot lap early on here out of our first 6 to 7 drivers. Denny also with a 29.6, just a tick slower than Tyler. Tyler working his way over the dragon back. Uphill moguls double back to the back straightaway.
This one even looks a little bit better than the previous lap did.
Gets the inside of a driver there. Might be touching a 28. He does. 28.7 out of Tyler Jones. Really, I think he's making most of his time up on the section that you just previously spoke of being one of your favorites. He really kind of sends it into that back left section as we take a look at the TNR option lane into the Techno Dragons back. Tyler Jones, that's your race leader right now, working his way to the back straightaway. Early pace, 13.6.19, holds on to it after getting a little bit out of sorts.
So Tyler coming back onto the straightaway, getting a little loose. So this 30.5, he's on a 13.625.3. Joe Bornhorst in the 2 spot.
Denny in that 3. Denny coming across just now with a 29.8. Jones still leading this one, though.
So Tyler actually did the outside line on the previous lap, and it was his slowest lap. It wasn't a clean lap, period, but I think the inside line works a lot better for him on the option.
.345 to go in this one. Jones comes around 29.6 that lap. Still on that 13.625. Currently a second and a half up on Tanner Denny now, who jumps to the 2. Bornhorst the 3. Tollard the 4. Westergaard the 5. Right now, no one looking to go faster than Mason Fuller's 13.623.
Kyle Turner found himself stuck. Tyler able to find his way around. He's got Cole Tollard in front of him.
Some Region 5 guys battling with each other out here in Glendale, Arizona.
30 flat out of Tyler Jones that time by. Here's Tanner Denny coming off the straightaway, launching the back double. See, he goes to the outside line.
Our number 2 driver, Tanner Denny, in the S-Works, working on a 13.629. He's one of 2 drivers to work that 13-lap pace out of this heat, himself and Tyler Jones. Tyler across that time, 29.4, so Jones gets back on track. Denny's going to look to match his 29.4 with a 29.1. So Tanner Denny looking to click off a couple tenths on our race leader. He's currently 0.7 of a second back of our race leader, Tyler Jones.
So here's Tanner through the option line, maybe losing a little bit of time there.
Coming up on Westergaard next, it looks like for Mr. Denny. Denny down the back straightaway. Again, 0.7 of a second back of Tyler Jones, working a 13.627 his last time by. This time he's going to click it to a 13.628, 30.1. Still a tenth of a second faster than Tyler Jones's 30.2 that lap. So still maintains right at about a 0.7 of a second difference.
Off the track. Figures it out. Even a little hit of the brakes just for good measure.
Again, went about as good as it could. Bornhorst in the 3, Westergaard the 4, Cole Tollard the 5 with 1:45 to go in this one. Following along Tanner Denny right now in the S-Works machine. 29.8 for Denny. 0.9 of a second back of Tyler Jones. Jones clicked off a 29.5 that previous lap.
This has kind of been Tanner's thing so far this weekend, is his consistency is really high. He may not have as fast of a lap as like Tyler Jones, for example, but he's working on a really slim margin of different laps.
Was always one of the missing aspects to his program. He was always a fast lap driver, if you will, but again, when it came to consistency, maybe not always as high, but he's looking like he's going to do it this weekend. Tyler Jones, meanwhile, that we follow along with, is our race leader. 13.626 the pace. He's 0.8 of a second up on Denny right now.
It's Tyler down the back straightaway to the right side, 180. Driving straight through the bumps over the double. He's got Mechanic right in front of him. He comes by with a 30.4, so they're only separated by still, about 0.4 of a second now. Ooh, getting a little trouble with Mechanic there.
Jones getting a little out of sorts there as he heads into the double, single, uphill moguls. Jones working his way down that back straightaway, who avoids getting into some traffic there.
Mechanic hit the brakes so that he could go by, which is nice.
25 seconds to go in this one.
He may lose the lead on this lap, though. Yep.
He does. 31 flat, the slowest lap for Tyler Jones all race. It's going to put Tanner Denny to the point by 0.7 of a second, so they basically swap positions completely. Tanner Denny right now, the S-Works team driver, yellow, blue, and yellow wheels, working his way on the outside option line. So 2 different options here has played out to Tanner Denny's benefit.
Tanner kind of working around by himself. He's just got cars behind him now, which is going to help. Tyler comes by with a 29.2. Let's see what Tanner's got in this last lap. Ooh, a 30.1. Tyler, they got one more lap to go, actually.
So they're on final lap right now. The difference, 0.1 of a second between Tyler Jones and Tanner Denny. And honestly, Tanner Denny started that lap off a little out of sorts. Tyler Jones might be able to take it here if he can turn off his fastest lap of the event. Jones, final lap. What does he have in the tank? A 29.4. Right now, that's enough. What can Denny get done as he crosses the line?
29.3.
29.3
not enough,
Tanner
though.
Denny. Not enough to beat Tyler Jones, so Tyler Jones going to edge that one out by 5/100ths of a second. Tyler Jones, Tanner Denny, Joe Bornhorst, Steve Harris, Adam Drake. That's going to be our top 5. So Tyler Jones, while he takes the win in this heat, does not have enough in the tank to outdo Mason Fuller's TQ. So Tyler Jones and Tanner Denny will find themselves 2nd and 3rd overall in the standings as we take a look at our BeachRC.com track overview. This is the big show coming up. This is Heat 8 of 8. This is our A heat of our 1/8 scale Nitro Truggy division. Again, the TQ right now has been Mason Fuller. This was pretty consistent for him yesterday. He was able to set the TQ early on from the C heat. I think we saw a couple drivers maybe better him going into the A yesterday, but today he sits atop. So no easy task ahead of our A heat drivers. They're going to have to go faster than a 13.623 as we take a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. See Ryan Cavallari just out of sight on the right side there. See a front wheel. See Aiden Horn. There's Ty Tesman. See Dakota, a couple cars in there. There's Jared Tebow as well. Spencer Rivkin down the line. Again, the big storyline, Ryan Mayfield. He had some okay runs in Truggy yesterday. He wasn't able to find himself in that number 1 spot that we're accustomed to seeing so often here in the 8 scale classes. Kenny's going to give our drivers the go-ahead right about now.
The one thing we didn't really mention much of is Mason Fuller absolutely destroyed those guys time-wise. Mason ran a 13.623. Jones and Denny were both on a 13.627. So Mason's still the provisional TQ at the moment.
Our A heat getting turned loose here. Guys usually doing a lap, getting some splash. Looks like most of these guys going to go for 2 and then a splash though. See Ryan Cavallari working his way through that outside option lane. Red, white, blue, and the yellow. TLR Pro Line driver down that back straightaway. Again, your A heat, it's Jared Tebow, the man who took 2 rounds of TQ qualifying yesterday. Ryan Mayfield, Dakota Fenn, Cole Ogden, Mark Sousa, Spencer Rivkin, Ty Tesman, Ryan Lutz, Aiden Horn, Brandon Rose, Camden Line, and Mr. Ryan Cavallari as we go back to our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Tesman in and out for fuel. Dakota in and out. Looks like Tebow's going to be in and out. There goes Tebow. Horn waiting for the go-ahead. There goes Aiden.
We've got people asking how many people qualify for the Worlds out of Buggy. It's 40. 40 directly qualify. If the Worlds year is in your block, so let's say it's in the United States or Canada or Mexico, then we get more. We get however many drivers don't show up from the other blocks. But for the Roar block, we get 40 racers to every Worlds.
I was going to say it's typically, what, 30% or top 30%? Is that right, or is it actual number?
It's usually just 40, like just a blank 40. And if those guys don't all go, then you can resume in and try to get in.
Luba's live here as we follow along with Dakota Fend. He ended the day yesterday as the fastest driver in our 8-scale buggy class.
He's taken 2 second-place finishes in truck as well.
So Dakota has been right there the whole time. And, in fact, in that round 1, it came down to a final lap between he and Jared Tebow. Tebow edging him out by just a few tenths of a second. So Dakota, after grabbing that round 2 TQ and buggy, looking to do the same here in round 3 of Truggy. Down that back straightaway for the TLR J Concepts team driver. Looking to work his way over the double right now. Dakota right now
makes a
only
mistake.
Driver to do a 29-second that first lap, but he's going to pay the price on lap 2. I tell you right now, early on in lap 1, I'm seeing some more impressive times out of our B and C heats out of a couple of guys than our top A guys. Guys came out swinging with low 29s in lap 1. We're only seeing a few 29s in this one. Dakota with one of them, but he had a bobble just after going over the start-finish line, so probably in the 30s this one.
31.1. Jared Tebow out front. 29 flat, 13.621, the only one faster than Mason Fuller at the moment. I know what these guys are saying, that that they think the track's faster the one after the water, but I think the water track's the fastest.
There's just so much grip out there that you're able to get through a lot of this rough stuff just that much quicker. May feel the best right now, but again, lap times are proving that that water track's pretty fast. Dakota that lap. You can find him on the charts, a 29 flat out of Dakota. Jared Tebow matching Dakota for fast lap. Tebow with a 29 flat as well for fast lap. Working his way over the dragon back right now, and they're going to find each other very close together on the track as well. There's Jared Tebow down that back straightaway. Trying to keep it together, not getting run over by Ty Tessman, I believe.
That's cool.
Nope, you're right. I'm sorry. Tebow over the big double right now. That is our race leader. He is right there on Mason Fuller's TQ. 13.623.1 compared to Mason Fuller's 623.8. So Jared Tebow, if he can grab this round of of qualifying,
it's over.
Would make him the overall TQ in the Truggy class.
And we as announcers are then angry because now it's boring.
It all becomes for 2nd through 5th at that point.
He's coming up on a gaggle of cars, though. He's on a 13.622.9. He's got Cav right in front of him with, looks like Rivkin right in front of him. Cav letting him go. Cavallari, the consummate professional on track.
Cav not really being much of conversation yet this weekend. He's found himself in the top 10, but just there at the back.
I don't think that people give Ryan enough credit, though, on track. He's one of the smartest as far as racecraft goes. He's so good if he has to be one of the cars in traffic, and he's so good if he's the one leading the pace. I mean, people talk about, him winning Reedy Race so many times. When it's all heads-up racing like that, he's one of the best at being heads-up about what's going on.
I think there's a reason that video of him and Atushi Hara going at it at the Reedy Race one year was so popular. It's so fun to watch two guys that are that good at racing, close head-to-head racing, go at it.
So Tebow still out front, 13.621. Dakota Finn pops off the hot lap of the race with a 28.8. He's in second on a 13.624. So Finn trying to do all he can to not be second again. Here's Tessman running around in the 3 spot.
Dakota cranking out that 28.8 fast lap of the race. Has him 1.4 back of Jared Tebow. Ty Tessman working his way up and down the big tabletop. Options for the outside line. Ty finding himself in the 3 position as he works his way over the Techno Dragon's back. We've got a minute 35 to go in this one. Tebow showing the way. Dakota, Ty Tessman, Cole Ogden, Aiden Horn are top 5 right now as we follow along with Jared Tebow. Went a little wide there, setting up for the straightaway. Again, a little hard to see that back section of the track. Tebow had a 29.4 the previous lap. Let's see what he can back that up with as he comes around this time. 29.6, so just 0.2 of a second slower. Finn, though, after another 28-second lap of 28.9, is going to find himself just 0.1 of a second behind Jared Tebow as we check in with Dakota Finn right now, working his way into that back side of the track, down the back straightaway. Number 2, but fastest vehicle on the track. Well, he was until Cole Ogden. 28.3 out of Cole Ogden that last lap. What are you doing?
Here's Finn with a 29.7. He's now 0.4 of a second behind Tebow.
So Dakota losing a little bit of time on that last one, 0.3 to be exact. He's going to look to try to make that up. Sets up very nicely for that Dragons back there. Up the uphill moguls. Going to be coming up on Ryan Lutz there. Gives Lutz just a little bit of love.
Just letting him know he's there. Lutz trying not to be in the way.
Oh, he's going to get in the way, though, as he gets a little loose there for that double. Going to put Dakota all over the backside. Lutz likely will go wide here. He does. Dakota the inside. Excellent driving from our top drivers. Taking a look at our TNR option lane.
Dakota to the lead on that one as well. Tebow to the 2 spot. The inside option line was actually faster for Ryan, but Ryan checked up so that he didn't hit Dakota. So heads up racing from Lutz.
Time expiring on this one, so Dakota looking to put together one more good, clean lap here to try to take the round 3 TQ.
Ooh, 28.8 in traffic.
He's coming up on Spencer Rivkin right now. Rivkin lets him go, just goes over the top of him. That was pretty sweet.
I think it was Sousa, but yeah, he did. He just was heads up.
Dakota looking to take this DQ. Jared Tebow looking to come and steal it back. Only 1.4 back at Dakota that last lap. So Dakota's going to have a mess up here, or Tebow's going to have an incredible lap to be able to get it done. Dakota, last lap, gets it a little wrong, but it's okay. 29.5 out of Dakota Finn. Jared Tebow looking to come around and finish up with Cole Ogden. He's going to have a 30.0. Not enough to get Dakota Finn on that last lap. So Dakota Finn backs up a last round TQ in Buggy with a third round TQ in the Truggy class, and he's going to be the only one to go faster than Mason Fuller's 13.623. Dakota ends with a 13.621. Tebow a 23.9. So Mason Fuller from the C Heat will put himself second overall for round 3 as we take a look at our beachrc.com track overview. So our top 10, round 3 is complete in our Truggy class. Dakota Finn takes your TQ. Mason Fuller the 2. Jared Tebow the 3. Ty Tesman the 4. Cole Ogden's going to run out 5th in that one. Tyler Jones in the 6. Tanner Denny the 7. Seth Van Dalen the 8. There's Ryan Mayfield in the 9th spot. And Joe Bornhorst is going to round out our top 10 in our Truggy class. So we're going to switch gears here and get into the 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy. This is our 40-plus division. We have 3 heats of the 40-plus as we take a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. I'd like to take this opportunity to once again thank our title sponsor, A-Main Hobbies, for this weekend. Our supporting sponsors, ProTech, Leadfinger Racing. Our broadcast center has been brought to you by Nitro Pro. J Concepts bringing you our instant replays all weekend. Beach RC bringing our track overview. TNR bringing you our option lane cam. And Techno RC bringing you our Dragon back cam. Right now we're taking a look at the ProTech pit lane cam. This is our 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy division, 40-plus. Kenny's going to give us the go-ahead to turn these guys loose. Taking a look at our beachrc.com track overview. Everybody getting their warm-up laps in here. Once again, this is Heat 1 of 3 in our Masters Buggy 40-plus. Somebody yesterday said we should call it the Wise Buggy class. age doesn't always mean wisdom for everyone. So it looks like we've only got a handful of drivers checking into this one so far. I see several more out there, but looks like we are going to be missing a few in this one. Michael Blythe, Bob Taylor, David Didesco, Tony D, Michael Cisneros, and Jason Stump. Those look to be our only ones that have checked into this one so far. We've got a live loop now, 6 minutes, to see who can do the most laps in the fastest amount of time. This is round 3 of qualifying here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals, being brought to you by Live RC. Drivers getting their early laps in here. Let everybody get underway. Just about everybody live on the clock now. Looks like Bob Taylor is going to be the first to come around with a 35.9. Michael Cisneros with a 34.5. Jason Stump a 46.1. There's Michael Blythe with a 34.1. Oh no, we've got a flame out on track there. Not sure who that was. .450 to go in this one early on. I believe we're taking a look at David right there. I believe that's David Didesco. Ooh, David getting it wrong over the dragon back. Does anybody see him in there? Thankfully, Mr. Tesman does. Ryan Lutz looking on. The sun's not out yet today, so the guns aren't out for Mr. Ryan Lutz. It's more of an overcast sun that we have. Not ideal for the farmer's tan, apparently. Blythe out front right now. Cisneros the 2, Bob Taylor the 3. Woo! It was David Didesco going over the big double there and just barely getting over it. I believe we're taking a look at Michael Cisneros here, who gets the option line wrong. Goes outside, inside, back, outside, and inside pipe again. It's going to be a little bit of a rough one here for what was our race leader. He's going to find himself in the 3 spot right now. Blythe, Taylor, Cisneros, our top 3. Leader's pace right now, a 10-lap 6:02. That would be the early TQ here in round number 3. Again, we are using quali points this weekend, so 4 rounds of total qualification taking place. They're taking your 2 best rounds to seed you into the main events for Sunday. We are going to run 4 of the lower mains this evening after the 4th and final round of qualifying is done. So again, only 4 races being run Saturday evening. Everything else will be run on Sunday. Oh no, driver upside down on the end of the straightaway. Never a great spot to be. There goes Bob Taylor and David Didesco in there. That's Bob Taylor, I believe, right there. Yellow and blue. It's our race. What was our race leader? He's in number 3 position right now. Bob Taylor over the double single, working his way back towards the dragon back. Bob electing to go wide and then just single there onto that back straightaway. A couple of those doubles playing trouble for our drivers this weekend. Some craters developing in the centers of them. Just traditional wear and tear. Got to be brave enough to play chicken with some of these obstacles. Bob Taylor right now finding himself in the 3 spot. Michael Blythe, our race leader. Michael Cisneros in the number 2. Michael Blythe, 34.1, the fast lap for him and the entire field. 1:40 to go in this one. Blythe Cisneros, Bob Taylor, Jason Stump, Tony D, and David Didasco. There goes Bob right there over the big double. 35.8 for Bob Taylor. That was his fast lap that he turned on that previous lap. Behind him we have Tony D and David Didasco. I believe that's Tony D there in the additional yellow buggy. Tony finds himself down in the 5th position. But he's coming up on Bob pretty quickly. Almost goes over the top, but endos. Looking for an outside line pass. It's not there. So Tony D behind Bob on the clock and on the track, looking to get around him on the track, and he does. He'll try to put some distance between the two of them and try to overtake him on the clock. 45 seconds to go in this one. Michael Blythe still out front. Cisneros in the 2, Taylor the 3, Jason Stump the 4, and Tony D the 5. Bob taking it nice and smooth over that back double, forcing everyone else to do the same if they don't want taken out. And then it's whatever line you want to take down that back straightaway. Just trying to keep the car on all 4s. Oh, Tony D to the inside of Bob once again. That's actually Michael Blythe in that mix there and Michael Cisneros. So that's 1, 2, and 3 all together on track. It's Blythe, Cisneros, and Taylor. Taylor finds himself on the outside line there. Gets it a little bit wrong. I believe that's that's Michael Blythe, I believe, in the additional yellow buggy. And this Cisneros in the white. Blythe leading this one down that back straightaway. Oh, and he gets it wrong. I saw Blythe go flipping out of frame there. Still off track. Tebow finally is able to come and help him out. So there goes Cisneros. As time expires in this one, they'll be working their last laps, and that'll do it. Michael Blythe is going to take that one even after the issue. 10-6 flat for Michael Blythe. Cisneros is going to end up on a 10-6-10. And Bob Taylor a 10-6-14. Jason Stump and David Didasco will round out our top 5. And that'll do it for heat number 1 of 3 in our Masters 40-plus buggy division. Swapping turn marshals out here as we get into race 10 of 19, heat 2 of 3 in our Masters 40-plus division. Saying hello to all the tracks out there running today. Morning to everybody out at Thunder Alley RC Speedway. RC Madness running some on-road oval turf. Ian Hobbies has their GT Challenge. Thunder Road RC Raceway out there and running Cooters RC Raceway. Hoosier Hobbyplex out there in New Albany, Indiana run today. Southern Minnesota RC Raceway. It's their indoor track opener. Shaw's RC track out running today. Island Speedway Off-Road. Have a Gone Banana St. Patty Day race. About LSRCC Race Park in Minnesota doing their on-road championships. Have many of our crew wishing they were at some of those. Meanwhile, we are out here in Glendale, Arizona, taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. I think our cam might have gotten hit by a vehicle there. We've changed positions a bit. Some of the risk of bringing you this close a coverage to the highest competition on the RC circuit. So I want to give you some unofficial rankings here. Trying to take a look at our overall qualifyings here. This is unofficial qual points using 2 out of 3 for our Truggy division. So again, unofficial. Best 2 of 3 races so far in Truggy. We've completed 3 rounds. Jared Tebow sitting up top the TQ. Dakota Fend would find himself in the 2. Mighty Mason Fuller, most impressive, finding himself in the 3rd position right now from the C qualifier. Ty Tesman, Ryan Lutz, Ryan Mayfield in the 6th spot, Cole Ogden the 7, Tanner Denny the 8, Aiden Horn the 9, and Spencer Rivkin right now would round out our top 10. Again, that's unofficial quali points after using best 2 of 3 rounds. Drivers will get a total of 4 rounds before that becomes official. So again, we've moved into our 8 scale buggy class though. In the meantime, this is our Masters 40 plus division. We're letting these guys get everything sorted out here, and then they'll be live momentarily. Everybody coming back into pit lane to get splashed with some fuel, and then they'll go back out for 6 minutes. About 5 seconds until we turn this one loose. Early TQ was set by Michael Blythe. He turned a 10-6 flat. So 11 laps will be what these guys want to do if they want to better the TQ. Down that back straightaway right now for a couple of drivers. Getting a little dicey early on. So again, in the buggy classes, drivers had 2 options. If you were 40 years old or older, you could run the 40 plus class. However, that means that you cannot run the traditional Nitro 1/8 scale buggy class. So you had to choose between one of 2 buggy classes. However, anybody and everybody can run the Truggy class. So a little bit of the stipulations this weekend. Nobody out here running 3 classes. Max you can run is 2. We do only have 3 classes this weekend. Again, 1/8 scale Nitro Truggy, 40 plus Masters buggy class, and our normal 1/8 scale buggy class. Right now we're watching the Masters buggy 40 plus. Early TQ again was set by Michael Blythe. He did that earlier in the previous round. He turned a 10-6 flat. Now everybody's going to look to go faster than that. It looks like we have several drivers on 11-lap runs right now. Mark Robinson, Danny Trevino, Brian Lukovic, Cesar Gallegos, and Brian Coward. That's our top 5 right now. Everybody just starting on lap 2. That's Cesar that we're following along with right there. Cesar finding himself in the 3 spot. Goes a little bit off track, finds his way back on. Doing 2 wheels for several feet. Robinson right now our race leader, due to come in anytime. There he is at a 33.3. That's Mr. Robinson there in the white, yellow, and blue. Doing 2 wheels up to the slap wheelie of the tabletop.
Mark working his way through the inside. Marshall's out there in the middle of the track to get him when he flipped over.
Couldn't have timed that any better. Josh Eno in the 2 spot. Lukovic the 3. Right now we're following along with Mark Robinson. That is our race leader. Blue, yellow, and white. White wheels working his way over the start-finish line. Big double. A little bit of traffic to be coming up on here in a minute. Going up the tabletop and back down. Opts for the inside line. He is going to get 1 vehicle. Whoo, almost triples it. It lands on the face of that. Oh no, he's going to have to go around an upside-down vehicle. Looked like he might have got flipped off by the marshal, but all's good.
Mark around the front with a 33.7. He's on an 11.611. That should be a top 5 run.
Mark working his way over the Techno Dragon's back double to the back side of the track, digging up a little bit of dirt. Down that back straightaway. Working his way through some traffic here. Back to the start-finish line. That's your race leader, 11.610 the pace for Mr. Robinson. Josh is on an 11.629. Chris, an 11.634.
So Mark liking that inside line. Opting to not jump all the way up the hill. Working his way around the right side double. And the roller onto the straight. 34.1, he's on an 11.611 still.
150 to go in this one. Robinson, Hieno, Kramer, and Gallegos. That is our top 4. Thibodeau in that 5 spot. Right now, top 3 drivers are looking to go faster than Michael Blythe's earlier TQ of a 10.6 flat. Ooh, Mark getting jumped on top of 2 vehicles, ending up upside down. Mark working his way back to the driver's stand right now. That's our race leader. He's on an 11.611.4. Fast lap also coming out of our race leader, Mark Robinson, 33 flat. Robinson up and down the big tabletop to the option line. He's going to opt for the outside. Going to come in a little too much. Going to end up inside the pipe. Does the right thing and pauses just for a moment. Turns around.
Onto the back straightaway. He likes that power slide at the end of the straightaway.
It looks cool. Not going to tell him to stop. Robinson, Hieno, Gallegos, your top 3. 34.6 fast lap out of Josh. He did that on his previous lap. 33 flat, still the fast lap out of our race leader, Mark Robinson, who we're following along with right now. Yellow, blue, and white. Up the Techno Dragon's back, getting upside down. Luckily, there was a marshal looking that direction right when it happened. That could have been disastrous for our race leader. Never want to go upside down in one of the low spots on the track. Oh, no, and he finds himself flipped over at the end of the straightaway. That power slide didn't work out too well that time. Catching one of those holes and ending up on his lid for a moment. He's going to lose a bit of time there. Had a 40.6 that lap. He's still going to maintain the race lead, though. He's got a 7-second lead over Josh Hieno. Gallegos in that 3 spot. Lukovic now in the 4, and Thibodeau in the 5. Robinson almost tripling that back section there. Not intentionally, but that's where he ended up nonetheless. See how he ends the back end of the straightaway this time. Gets a little out of sorts, still throws it in sideways. Keeps it on all 4 that time. Time expiring in this one. Mark is working on his last lap. He's going to cross and end up on an 11.622 for your winner. Josh Hieno is going to end up on a 10.6 flat .1, so 1/10 of a second faster than what was our previous TQ, Michael Blythe. So 1 and 2 going to find themselves atop the leaderboard. Cesar Gallegos in the 3, Derek Thibodeau in the 4, and Chris Kramer is going to round out our top 5. Top 2 drivers, the only ones going faster than Michael Blythe's TQ. Everyone else going to sort themselves down below that as we move into Heat 3 of 3. This is our A heat in our Masters 40-plus division.
So we're going to get a little bit of water after this one, and we will be back for race 11, A heat, Masters Buggy 40-plus.
Cesar Gallegos, and then Derek Thibodeau 5th. They're around the lap 603. And then Kramer, Look at this. Cisneros, Bobtail, and Brian Coward down to a 10-lap 624. John Cowley, Jason Stuff, right now 12th, the 9-lap 608. Come up your 8 qualifier here in Masters. Barry Baker, Chris Nelson, Emmanuel Mixat, Mike Walker, Mike Sontag, Scotty Brewer, Sean Alcorn, Travis Saunders, William Walker, and Tim Long. So I've got 4 good volunteers to help us out. We've got Michael up and Brian, Jeff from Lawyers helping out, or not Jeff, but Tim from Lawyers helping out, and then Tim Lyon as well. Thanks guys for the effort. Got Danny Kavir at 8. Brian's out there for Danny. Brian Lukovic at 6. He's going to take 10. Which means I need 1 volunteer to number 6. Thanks again for the water. It's 11. Here we go. Roll them out. Take them in. Track into it.
All right, track is open for the A heat of Masters Buggy. Baker, Nelson, Nixat, Welker, Sontag, Brewer, Alcorn, Saunders, Walker, and Long. We saw Barry Baker take a TQ run yesterday and Chris Nelson take one as well.
Again, this is Heat 3 of 3 in our Masters 40 Plus division. This is race 11 of 19 for round 3. Fast one to beat so far in the class, Mark Robinson, 11.622. He did that in the last heat. Saw Barry at the gas station this morning. He had his Mountain Dew in hand, so I think he's going to be nice and primed for this morning.
30 seconds left until we get this one started.
About 15 seconds until this one gets going. Again, this is our A Heat, Heat 3 of 3 in our Masters 40-plus division. Loop is live here. Looks like E-Clip getting out there. Tim Long as well. Oh, and both of them finding each other. Marshall not wanting to help at all, it looked like. That's frustrating. Just kind of let them figure it out. Nonetheless, they're back up and going. Barry Baker's live right now as well. Everybody trying to kind of figure out and navigate this back section of the track that has been quite challenging all weekend long. There goes E-Clip. That's E-Clip in the blue and yellow right there. 35.5 that first lap. Got hung up with several drivers there. Let everybody kind of come around and get lap one sorted out. Barry Baker already a quick one. 32.8 out of Barry. Welker a 33.2, so Mike Welker not far behind either.
Hot lap of the race so far, Mike Sontag with a 32.6. Chris Nelson coming by with a 39, so that's not going to help his charge.
Some close battling out there on the circuit already. Option lines going on for drivers inside, outside. Ooh, outside won that time, but then went off track. So 2 laps starting to get underway. Barry Baker backs up his 32-second lap with a 32.1. That is going to keep him at the point. Let's see what Sontag can do in his second lap here.
He did a 32.8, so they're separated by 0.4 of a second.
Oh, no, some drivers going upside down. I think I saw Sontag just a minute ago. Maybe not. Looked like he may have had some troubles, but we'll see. Barry Baker, 31.7 for lap 3. So Sontag still due to come around for his third. Ooh, Sontag 33 flat. So Barry picking up a full second on Sontag there that lap. 12.626 the pace for Barry Baker. Mike Sontag in the 2 and 11.601. Welker and 11.612. Nelson 11.631. And then Travis Saunders, the last driver, on an 11-lap pace.
Here's Nelson up to the 4 spot. He just ran a 32.6, his hot lap.
Nelson opting for the outside option lane. Double, single, back uphill moguls. Oh, Barry Baker had a rough last lap, had a 35 the lap before and another 35 for Barry, excuse me, just one. But Sontag had a little bit rougher of a lap, a 36.3. So what was an opportunity for Mike Sontag to take the lead ends up both drivers in the same spot. Who do we lose there?
Here comes Nelson by with the 32 flat. So a rough first lap for him, but he's trying to catch up.
Nelson quickly trying to close that gap, only 2.3 seconds back of Mike Sontag in the 2 spot. Sontag 4 seconds back of Baker after that 36-second lap. Does back up with a 33.3, but Barry a 32.4. So Nelson looking to stay in those 32-second laps. He had a 32 flat that last lap. He gets a 32.1 this one. So consistency in the last 2 laps for our number 3 place driver.
His 39-second lap at the start is just kind of hurting his ability to get up there with Barry. Barry with a long lap of 41. So Barry drops back to the 3. Mike Sontag to the lead.
Nelson now finds himself in the 2 spot. We've got 2:05 to go in this one.
Sontag has a 2-second lead on Nelson right now, who has 2 seconds on Barry. Nelson comes by with a 31.5 to take the lead. Sontag just a 1/10 of a second behind.
So 1:45 to go in this one, and it's looking like it's going to come down to the wire. All three drivers separated by less than 2 seconds.
Sontag back to the lead on an 11.609.2, Nelson 11.609.7, and Barry on an 11.613 flat. Here comes Nelson to the line. 32.7 to take the lead back over on an 11.608.
Nelson working his way up that tabletop, back down. Oh, as a driver coming in on the track, no regard for positioning. Oh, he's going to get his way around him, so that works out. 1:05 to go in this one. Still Mr. Nelson out front, working his way down that back straightaway, getting a little close.
Barry just did a 31.5 on the last lap to get within a couple of tenths of seconds of these guys.
Barry feeling the pressure here with time dwindling down. He had to retire early in Heat 1, so he only has one complete run in round 2. It was enough for a TQ, but he's looking to back that up on this third round as time dwindles away. 35 seconds to go. Nelson, Sontag, Barry.
Long lap for Barry. He's going to be really far back now. 4 seconds behind Sontag.
38-second lap for Barry there. Sontag 35 flat.
These guys just kind of giving it to Chris Nelson here at the end.
Nelson staying mistake-free to 1.7 seconds the lead with 15 seconds to go in this one. Nelson looking to do just that, keep it clean for one more.
So with this, Chris Nelson would put a hand on the overall TQ, taking 2 rounds. The only one who will be able to beat him in round 4 would be Barry.
Barry with a 35.7 that lap, not what he wanted to try to make up any time. Nelson's going to finish this one in just a moment here. That'll do it for Chris Nelson. 11.607 for Chris Nelson. Officially 2 rounds of TQ under his belt. Mike Sontag finishing this one up, looking to finish in the number 2 spot, as long as he does have a clean lap.
Oh, Sontag's stuck.
Oh, no, Sontag, that's not what he needed. He only had a 3-second lead over Barry Baker. Take that back, it was only a 1-second lead. So I think Barry's going to actually end up with the 2 spot here after the issue for Sontag. And that'll do it. Barry Baker will take the 2 spot. So an 11.607 for Chris Nelson, 11.613 for Barry Baker, and Sontag an 11.616 after an unfortunate last lap. Looks like Sean Alcorn is going to take the 4 spot, and Scotty Brewer will round out our top 5. Only our top 4 drivers went faster than Mark Robinson's 11.622. So Robinson from the B Heat will give himself a top 5 run there.
I'm feeling really smart because I said he was going to get a top 5 run.
It paid off, too.
I think he's got 2 top 5 runs now.
Trying to enter his best Mason Fuller.
Seems to be working.
Definitely hasn't been a hindrance for some of these guys to be some of the lower heats. Again, Mason Fuller able to put top 3 runs in from those positions, so quite impressive. That's going to do it for our Masters Buggy class. Again, Chris Nelson, 2 TQs under his belt, is at least in the conversation now for this. Barry wanting to do what he can. This is Heat 1 of 8 in our Nitro 8-scale buggy class.
We should just have 3 guys in this one. I want to say it's both the Alvarados and Josh Keith.
Again, these guys getting quite the ample track room to play with.
Got some guys talking about their runs out there.
We got an extra one in there today. Rodrigo.
So Jose Alvarado out there, Rodrigo Malagon, Josh Keith. So we gained one today. Rodrigo didn't run yesterday.
I did see one gentleman coming in this morning and heard people say, "Hey, you made it." Nothing like showing up to day 3 of 5 for the Roar Nationals.
Here's Jose coming into the pits. Cody Thompson down there for him.
About 25 seconds until we get this one underway. 4 drivers in this one. The Alvarado father-son combo. Josh Keith and Rodrigo Malagon. Going to venture to say that this is Rodrigo's first laps around the track ever.
Probably.
Got a live loop here, so Rodrigo, excuse me, that's Jose that we're following along with right now. Jose going to start us off. Jose was actually able to put in a couple of solid runs yesterday. Runs that at least held up through the first heat or two of 8-scale buggy.
So all 4 guys on the clock now.
Ooh, getting it wrong after the big double there. Not sure who that was. Live loop here. 34.5 for Jose that first lap. Jeremy a 38.7. Keith a 39.2. Jose out front, 2 laps in, 39.2 that last lap, 34.5 the fast lap. Jose and whoever is the winner of this race will set the early TQ for round 3 of our Nitro 8-scale buggy class. Oh, looks like Jose getting it wrong. Marshall finally says, "Come here, I got you." Down that back straightaway. That is our race leader. That's Jose Alvarado on a 10.612. He is just 0.7 of a second above his son, Jeremy.
Yeah, so Jose with some rough laps. Jeremy to the lead now. Because Jose had some pretty solid 11-lap runs yesterday. He went 34, 39, 38. So trying to clean it up a little bit.
I'm telling you, it's always kind of nice to see. You expect that last heat. All right, everybody's really slow in this one. Maybe they shouldn't have even come out this weekend. Jose, though, going out and putting out some runs that held up through 2 to 3 heats thereafter. So enough where you go, dang, this guy obviously was a little faster than where he ended up.
Yeah, I don't think he actually ran seating. I think he let his kid run because they showed up late and just opted to run qualifying. And he just runs a 33.9, so now he's on a 10.604. Josh Keith as well on a 10.604. If Jose can clean it up, he should get onto an 11-lapper.
About 2:55 to go in this one. We're following along with our race leader. That's Jose. Josh Keith into the 2 spot. He had a 34.9 that last lap. That's his fast lap.
Jose ran a 32.1, so getting faster every lap. Just made a couple of mistakes.
.220 to go in this one. Jose, Jeremy, Josh, Rodrigo. That's our running order. There's Jose working his way to the outside line there. I believe that's his son, Jeremy.
Oh, my goodness. Way off the track.
When in doubt, throttle out.
It worked, kind of.
Down that back straightaway right now. This is Heat 1 of 8 in our Nitro 8-scale buggy division. Again, this is round 3 of qualifying here at the Roar 8-scale Off-Road Fuel Nationals. We're in Glendale, Arizona at Adobe Mountain RC Speedway. I want to say thanks to our title sponsor, A-Main Hobbies, our supporting sponsors, ProTech, Leadfinger Racing, Nitro Pro bringing you the broadcast center this weekend, J Concepts bringing you all of our instant replays, Beach RC bringing you our track overview, TNR bringing you our option lane camera, and Techno RC bringing you our Dragon's Back camera. So thank you, sponsors, for allowing Live RC to bring you this coverage of the 2022 Off-Road Fuel Nationals. Jose over the start-finish line right now, over the left side double, up and down the tabletop, working on that 11-lap pace now. After a 35 flat, he is on an 11.626. Got a minute to go in this one.
Jose coming up the hill on the backside. Down the back straightaway. Right side double. And the 2 rollers onto the straightaway.
Giving a little whip there over the big double, setting the car back correctly for the next jump. Inside option line for Jose there. Doesn't really look like he wanted to take it, but he figured it out. Alvarado's now 1 and 2. Jeremy back up to the 2 spot. Jose having a little bit of trouble there coming back downhill. Down the back straightaway right now. Ooh, up on 2 wheels, keeps it together. I think there's going to be a lot more of that going on this weekend, of just absolutely pushing vehicles to 2 wheels more times than not. Time expiring in this one. Jose looking to finish this one up, taking the inside line again. Whips it one way, sets back up the other. Over the double, back down the straightaway. Race leader, gets it a little wrong, gets up on a pipe. Back and underway, yellow, silver race leader out of sorts, back together. Going to finish this one out here. The only driver to complete 11 laps so far. That's Jose, 11.624. That'll do it for Jose Alvarado. Jeremy Alvarado will finish in second, 10.606 flat, and Rodrigo Malagon with a 10.611. Josh Keith will finish in fourth, 10.612. So that'll be the pace to beat right now as we head into Heat 2 of 8 in our 8-scale Nitro Buggy division.
So Heat 2 of 8 for 8-scale buggy. That's going to be race 13. Kaduk, Ida, Adolph, Bloodworth, Everett, Mitchell, Uglin, Olney, Morgan, Mead, Miller, and Brewer. So we shouldn't be getting water again until after race 14.
Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Driver's getting warmed up and getting ready to go.
Mama Tessman bringing us some goodies up here. We got some Twizzlers. It's the twist you can't resist.
Mama Tessman always taking care of the announcers. We appreciate it.
Oh, they're nibs. Nah, these are nibs. Ooh, these are Scotty's favorite. Sorry, bud.
Canadian treats waiting here for you. Nope. Marshall's over here. Mechanics goofing around in the pit lane, knocking their drivers over. Now sabotaging each other. Got to keep the spirits light in pit lane. Good to see everybody in good spirits. A lot of days at the RC track can wear at you. These guys keeping it light and having fun out here this weekend. Tell you what, the schedule has made it a little more enjoyable too. No one's been forced to be at the track late hours or anything like that. So
no, it's great.
Everybody having a good time out here in Glendale. Got about just a few more seconds here until we get turned live here from Kenny. ProTech RC bringing us the pit lane cam this weekend. Again, this is Heat 2 of 8 in our Nitro Buggy class. Drivers being told they are open for practice. Gonna have 6 minutes here to determine who is the fastest driver. Jose Alvarado was the first one to prove that. He ran on 11 laps, 6:24. So you're going to have to be faster than that if you want to be fast.
All right, track open for these guys. 1 minute, 15 seconds left in warm-up.
About 50 seconds to go before we get this one live. Again, for somebody just tuning in this weekend, we're doing water on the track once every 4 heats. The entire track is being watered at that time. No resorts this weekend. Your qualifier was based on your 3 fastest consecutive laps Thursday during practice. From there, everybody was put into heat events where they will stay there until the mains are determined here later today.
Stay right there. So everybody on the clock, or not on the clock, but signed in except for Justin Miller this morning. Got some mismatch wheels. Oh. Carnage.
I want to see somebody go complete mismatch and do like white front left, white rear right, yellow front left, yellow rear right.
Nope, not interested. I'm good.
Yes. Yeah, let's do 4 separate colors for 4 separate wheels. I tell you what, if you were legitimately somewhat quick and you showed up to a track with, just like a solid colored painted body and 4 different colored wheels, you could probably like slide by of nobody thinking you're anything for a minute.
Yeah, not interested. I'm good.
I think I would lose whatever mild speed I have just by the horrendousness of the color combinations. Speed is 90% of the looks, right?
Absolutely.
This one alive and underway. Everybody's starting to get their first laps in. Tel Mitchell comes across with a 34.3 early on. Huglin, a 35.5. So some good laps early on here out of our drivers. TNR option lane cam showing you what it looks like to then head into the Techno Dragon's back. Heading down that back straightaway now. Letting everybody get laps 1 into laps 2. Looks like this might be Huglin we have coming around here. That's Ryan Kaduk we're looking at right now. Kaduk finding himself in the 2 spot.
He just went around Huglin. It was upside down, I think, at the end of the straight.
Some unfortunate. Oh, Huglin looked like he might have been going upside down again.
Big ol' bummer.
Meanwhile, Kaduk trying to take advantage of the bad laps out of the rest of the competition. Tell Mitchell right now leading the way, though. What in the world? Not really sure I understand what I'm looking at here. I think we may have had a lap issue. Yeah, looks like Tell missed a lap there or just was that slow. Nonetheless, Jamie to the front.
Haida.
So Jamie Haida out front, Ryan Kaduk, Kyle Adolph, Justin Huglin. It's a running order right now. Nobody looking to go faster than Jose Alvarado. So remember, like we said before, Jose was able to put in runs that usually held up through the first couple heats of this 8-scale buggy class. Ooh, somebody trying to save it and ends up back on the straightaway. Hopefully nobody was coming by.
We had somebody asking what they sprayed the track with. It's just a bonding agent. They didn't use much of it. But yeah, just to try to keep the dust down for the go-kart track that's next door. I personally just think that to keep the dust down, we should just water. Which, that was the problem that day, is that they were just watering the edges of the track and the track was blowing apart. So today, every 4 races, we're watering just like yesterday, and it seems to be helping.
Yeah, honestly can't see, I wouldn't say that I can see a difference between whatever they've, quote-unquote, supposedly added and just traditional water.
No, it looks about the same, yeah.
Supposedly a very small percentage that they put in, very highly diluted. And again, the stuff they put down wasn't a glue or an oil-based chemical. It's something, again, like Tyler said, just a bonding agent to try to keep dust down. Something that's pretty common out here on the desert.
Well, and even just like on the track that's literally 5 feet to the left.
Yeah.
You know, for circle tracks, they often use a bonding agent like that just to keep the dust down for them as well. But yeah, it's nothing like dirt glue or some of the stuff you see on 10-scale tracks. No sugar or anything.
Kyle Adolph, meanwhile, leading this one with 1:55 to go. Justin Huglin in the 2, Jamie Haida the 3, Kaduk the 4, and Tell Mitchell the 5. Fast lap coming out of our leader, Kyle Adolph. Oh, somebody getting stuck on the pipe there, gets himself unstuck.
I want to run the mains. I need a car.
Let's just jump in. Let's see how far we can get bumping from the last main. Like $20, whoever gets higher.
I think I could get exactly where I finish every year, which would be the quarterfinal.
The only thing I've got going for me is that the track has so many little bumps and holes in it that maybe you would like find 4 of them and I could win one. That'd be about it. $1:10 to go in this one. Kyle Adolph, Jamie Haida, Justin Huglin, Ryan Kaduk, Tell Mitchell. Over the big double here, heading back to the start-finish line. That's our race leader. Excuse me, that's Mr. Huglin. He's in the 2 spot. Oh no, getting it wrong. Marshall waiting for him to finally stop flipping. Up and down the tabletop right now. Oh, I thought maybe he had lost power for a second. Maybe an issue even with his car. Looks to be kind of feeling it out. Maybe something with the steering component. I don't know. Maybe just a little shook after that one. Definitely seems to be turning down the speed a little bit here as we get on with this one. 25 seconds to go. Adolph, Huglin, and Haida, and Kaduk. That is our top 4. This seems to be turning a little slower than what he looked like in the previous laps. Maybe by choice. Kyle Adolph, Jamie Haida, Justin Huglin, Ryan Kaduk, Tell Mitchell. That is our top 5. Time expiring in this one. Kyle Adolph, Jamie Haida, Justin Huglin, Ryan Kaduk, Tell Mitchell still. No one looking to go faster than Jose Alvarado's 11-lapper. That's going to do it for Kyle. No, it looks like Kyle's on his last lap, excuse me. Oh, man, everybody kind of switch around here at the end. I think Jamie's going to get this one at the end. We'll let everybody finish. They're on their last laps, Jamie and Kyle right now. It's going to be Tell there, I believe, coming around. It is. Tell Mitchell's going to finish up in the 5 spot. Here comes Kyle. Kyle's one of these coming through. There goes Kyle. Jamie should be coming through next. And we'll see where this ends up. It looks like Jamie's going to take it, and I think he will here. This should be Jamie in this little pack of 3, and it is. Jamie's going to take that one. 11.632.6. Kyle Adolph in 11.635. And Justin Huglin, 10.603. So, again, Jose Alvarado's TQ is going to hold up from heat number 1 of 8. This was heat 2 of 8. We'll get moving into race 3 here in just a moment.
Yeah, so moving on to race 14. Heat 3 of 8. Nitro Buggy. Eller, Thompson, Densford, Curry, Fox, V. Hill, Corey, Lacey, Michaels, Sanchez, and Smith, and Young.
Taking a look at our Beach RC track overview. Again, we just got water heat or 2 ago, so we'll be another 2 before we get any. Again, the track's, the sky's just a tad overcast today. Sun's coming out a little bit more as the day's gone on, but I think some of that early cloud coverage has definitely helped keep a little bit more moisture in the track. In general, has held up a little bit better today than it did yesterday.
Aiden Fox's dad, Travis Corey's car. Can't tell who Colton Cruz has. Oh, TJ Eller.
Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam right now. Again, this is heat 3 of 8. Kenny about to give our guys the go-ahead to head out on track. Again, this is heat 3 of 8. Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. TQ right now, Jose Alvarado, an 11.624. Mechanics waiting from the go-ahead from Kenny. Everybody giving their last final shakes. And off and on their way here. Practice laps here for our 8-scale Nitro Buggy guys. Again, this is heat 3 of 8. We want to thank our title sponsor, A-Main Hobbies. Our supporting sponsors this weekend, ProTech, Leadfinger Racing, Nitro Pro bringing you our broadcast center this weekend, and J Concepts bringing you all of our instant replays. Beach RC is taking care of our track overview. TNR Fuels bringing you our option line camera this weekend, and Techno RC bringing you our Dragons back. A lot of cool views out there. Try to bring you as many different aspects of the track and the racing circuit as we can. So when you can't be here, you can be here.
We do our best in here.
That's right. For a lot cheaper, too, than if you actually paid to come out here. Again, in this one, TJ Eller, Cody Thompson, Brent Densford, Adam Curry, Aiden Fox, Joshua V. Hill, Travis Corey, Joe Lacey, Thomas Michaels, Jose Sanchez, Alex Smith, and John Young. GQ Johnny. Taking a look at our camera from the driver's stand. Giving you the driver's view of the track this weekend. Everybody getting their final laps in here of practice. Everybody should have already topped off, and I believe this is going to go live here as we speak, and it does. Green flag is out. Loop is live. This is qualification here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals. We're running quali points, and we're currently doing IFMAR qualifying to determine that. What that means is everybody starts their clock when they cross the line. They'll have 6 minutes to do as many laps in the fastest amount of time that they can. After this round is complete, we're going to take the top drivers first to last, put them together. We're going to take those top 10 guys, and those are going to be our fastest qualifiers for the weekend. Next 10 down will determine B mains, C mains, etc. Oh, we've got somebody broke or flamed out there right on the left side. Qual points will take your 2 best rounds. And those will be added together points-wise to seed everyone for the main events. Quick marshal job there. 33-2, the fast lap so far after lap 1. That came out of Adam Curry leading this one. I believe we're looking at Mr. Curry here. Nope, Curry's in front of us. That is going to be Travis Corey we're taking a look at. Travis is in the 5 spot.
Only one not making a start on this one is Cody Thompson.
So Cody, who had some pretty good runs yesterday, something happened there and is not with us today.
He had a pretty good run this morning as well in Treggy.
So unfortunately, it looks like some mechanical failures taking Cody out of this one. That might have been, oh, Cody's back on track here. That actually may be who we saw stopped or flamed out there at the end of the track.
Oh, that's
might
a
have
bummer.
been Cody. So going to start late on this one. Not going to be able to do much for seeding as much as just trying to get some practice in now. This will likely be a throwout for Cody. 4 minutes to go in this one. TJ Eller finding themselves out front after 3 laps. Joshua Vigil the 2. Travis Corey the 3. And Aiden Fox the 4. Adam Curry going to round out our top 5 as I believe this is Vigil that we're taking a look with here. We'll let everybody get around here. We'll find out exactly who we're looking at. No, that's actually somebody else. So 3:35 to go in this one. Back straightaway working their way over the double right now. I believe this is Aiden and TJ. Yes, it is. That's Thomas Michaels, Joe Lacey. There goes Aiden Fox right there in the all-yellow machine, bouncing over that double. Aiden finds himself in the 2 spot right now. Aiden, orange and yellow, choosing the inside option line. Goes a little wide there. They'll lose a couple of positions on track. There's TJ Eller directly in front of Aiden on track. It's the Team Associated engineer driving that new Team Associated RC8 B4. Oh, Aiden Fox catching a pothole or something and getting shot all around the track. Ends up on all 4s. Not intentional, but gets into the backside of a driver. Now hung up on the wing. Both drivers just trying to get away from each other. Oh, no. That was Travis Corey. Travis Corey having all kinds of bad luck. Got stuck in the pipe there after getting collected with Aiden. Aiden also having a little bit of trouble here. 2:30 to go in this one. TJ Eller out front. Josh Vigil to the 2. Curry to the 3 now. Fox the 4. And Thomas Michaels the 5. Top 2 drivers, the only ones looking to go faster than Jose Alvarado's 11.624. Aiden Fox right now working his way over the double back towards the driver's stand. You can see the roller in the middle that was removed this morning. Got some shovels out and did some good old shaving. Got that thing out of there. Now we've got a driver hanging off the driver's stand.
That was Cody Thompson.
Cody explaining, hey, this one's a throwout. Let's try some stuff. $140 to go in this one. Ooh, man. Rubbing is racing, and there's been a lot of it here in this one. Down the back straightaway. I believe is Josh that we're taking a look at. Oh, that's Cody Thompson right there we're looking at. Josh Vihill's right behind him, though. Cody didn't have the best of luck here at the start of this one, but I tell you what, he's definitely driving a little possessed right now. Looks pretty quick out there.
Maybe it wasn't Thompson hanging over the edge. Well, maybe it was.
I don't know, but either way, this is Thompson we're watching, and I can tell you right now, if he had had this pace all race.
Is it?
We'd be seeing somebody pretty quick. Let's see here as he comes across.
This is...
Yeah, that's Cody Thompson.
Oh, yeah, you're right. 31.5.
Again, if Mr. Thompson could have pulled these lap times out here earlier, I'd say he'd be all right. Always unfortunate when something like that happens. Thompson finding himself in the 11th spot with 35 seconds to go in this one. Oh, gets it wrong over
That's
the
what
dragon
happens
back.
when you drive mad like that, unfortunately, on a track like this. So TJ Eller, though, out front, 11.615 ahead of Joshua Vihill on an 11.622. Those are the only two guys to beat Jose, so Jose made it 2 heats.
I'd say that's one of the biggest challenge for drivers this weekend is to not overdrive this track. As you said, just not the option to do that. You want to. The car's going sideways a lot. It's bumping. Oh, no, and somebody getting stuck under the pipe again. You're going to have to get a hammer out and get that put back down. Well, track crew will. I won't have to do anything. Time expiring in this one. Everybody finishing up. TJ Eller looking to take this one. I believe that might be Eller that we're following along with now.
Chris here on our Facebook page has been pretty critical of the broadcast and everybody involved in the event so far all weekend, so I'm not super apt to want to follow who he wants us to follow. If it happens, it happens, but I'm not going to apply any pressure to our camera guys for it.
No. Our camera guys do plenty. Big thanks to our camera guys this weekend. We got Lucas and Travis working with us. Both of them working their butts off, being out in the sun all day. Thanks to our producer, Eric Jensen. Always making sure to bring you guys these excellent camera angles, transitions.
So TJ taking the win on an 11.617. Adam Curry finishing up in the 2 in an 11.625. Vihill on an 11.627. TJ the only one to beat Jose Alvarado. So TJ going to be the provisional TQ going into heat 4 of 8. It's not sensitive. People, we just actually see what people post on the internet. So if you're going to be critical, you're probably not going to get what you want. Race 14, so we're going to get water after this one. Or now that it's over, we're getting water now. You can see the guys taking the water hoses out there, so we will be back for race 15.
Chicarello, Eric Shane, Daniel Salvas, David Burke, Riley Whitman. Make sure you got Marshall Cloud covered. Make sure you got 4 and somebody on 1. Josh, keep helping us out. Hey Josh, did you max out that sound on that input? Yeah, make sure you get that corner of the out where it's nice and fluffy there. There we go. Hey Cameron, give us space in that double again. Get the face of that double more. Because I can sit there and stare at it. If it breaks all apart, then I'm going to feel bad all day. Alright. Thanks for the help out there, guys. Here we go. Race number 15. We're allowed to take an in track again.
This is race 15 of 19. This is our 4th heat of our 8-scale buggy class. Again, as we start to get into race 4 and 5, we start seeing a lot of big names in these listings. See Graham Hill, Kyle Johnson, Adam Peters, Jerome Trainer, Nick Sava, Tom Stober, Rhonda Drake, Paul Chicarello, Eric Deschaines. Everybody coming in for a splash of fuel.
Yeah, so 30 seconds left until this one gets underway.
This is Saturday, day 2 of qualifying here at the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals. Our TQ early on here is TJ Eller, the team associated engineer. Currently working on a live loop. Take a look at Paul Chicarello.
Paul has probably not had what he was looking for so far.
Paul definitely wanting to put himself up there, at least in that top 20, top 30. Hasn't necessarily had those runs. Has been on those runs, but not been able to complete them again. Challenging track this weekend, as 8 scale typically always is. 5:25 to go. There goes Chicky with a 32.8. Kyle Johnson right behind him, a 32.1. So KJ. So KJ still from the Vegas area, is that correct?
Yeah, I think they split their time between Vegas and Washington.
Nice. Texo Dragons back there of the two.
Kyle finding his way around Chicky in that shot. Riley Wortman in the 3, Peters in the 4, Deschaines in the 5.
About 4:50 to go in this one. X-Ray Regional Team Manager Paul Chicarello over the big double. Back left side of the track over the second double, up and down the tabletop. In front of him is Kyle Johnson. Kyle currently leading this one. Riley Wortman, the 2. Peters, the 3. Chicky down to the 4. Leader's pace right now, a 12.621 from KJ. He's the only one on a 12-lap run right now. Peters on an 06.1. Chick on a 06.3. Both of those drivers turning low 33 seconds. Until KJ came across a couple laps ago with a 31.4.
So Kyle rocking the One Army HB ride. I believe Pro-Line tires.
Down that back straightaway right now.
Well ahead of Chicky's pace.
And slowly but quietly, Jerome Trainer's moved his way up to the 2 spot.
Kyle trying to find his way around Nick Saba.
Makes it stick there. Kyle Johnson currently leading the way.
12.622 for KJ.
Paul Ciccarello now back up to the 2 spot. Jerome down to the 3. Graham Hill the 4 and Adam Peters the 5. We've got 3:20 to go in this one. Oh, Kyle getting a little messed up there.
Let's see whose car that was. Daniel Salvis.
Didn't lose too much time there. Still a 31.9. He's consistently stayed in those 31s.
Gets it a little wrong that time.
This one might encroach on the 32 unless he can really blister the pace and another little tiny bobble. So Paul Ciccarello was 5.4 back. KJ with another little mistake there. This one's really going to start to hurt. Now probably a second to 2 seconds off of his 31-second laps. Paul Ciccarello looking to try to close the gap here.
Paul would have to get back around KJ to actually take the heat win. So 12.625 for Kyle.
So Paul not necessarily a great lap either. He gains only 0.3 on KJ that one. As Tyler said, he would have to physically get around KJ on the track to retake the lead. And there you see Paul just starting to come into frame, so I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
No, it looks like he's losing time this lap.
2:20 to go in this one. Hill in the 3 spot. Our leader, Kyle Johnson, right now working his way over, timing and scoring loop over the big double.
32.2 last time by. He still has the hot lap of the race with a 31.4.
Opting for that inside line over the double single roller here back towards the Techno Dragon's back. Up and over the double again. That's been a double that's played a problem for drivers. A little bit of some holes developing in the face of it. Some guys electing not even to jump it and to instead turn it into a single. 1:40 to go. Kyle's going to lose no time on that one, so the flip really didn't hurt him at all. 31.8.
Graham Hill up to the 2 on an 11.604. The top 9 looking to go faster than TJ Eller.
Kyle Johnson, again, the only one on a 12-lap pace right now, working his way down that back straightaway. One Army HB driver this weekend. Over the start-finish line for our race leader, 31 flat. That is his fast and the fastest lap of the race for our race leader. Working his way through a little bit of traffic here. We had a guy come off track and back on, actually cut the jump altogether. TNR option lane camera into the Dragon's back. So hopefully this driver will give the position away to Kyle because he did gain a little bit of track position.
Jeff saying that he thinks that the option line looks like an actually cool feature, and I would agree. Yeah, you're seeing guys take both of them, which doesn't often happen in that situation.
Typically always ends up being a lane that just never gets used.
Yep. It's fresh at the end of the weekend.
Oh, Kyle getting it wrong, ending up upside down. Had a very solid run going, trying to regather himself here. 20 seconds to go in this one. It'll hurt him a little bit, but I think he might still be able to stay on that 12-lap run, pending no further issues in this one. 12 seconds to go in this one. Kyle Johnson down the straightaway over the Moon Mogul. Towards the start-finish line. He's going to be working lap 12 here. Yes, he is. 12.627 the pace. This is his last lap.
Even with the crash, it wasn't terrible. It was only a 34-second lap, so trying to find find his way around this car, making it happen.
There you see that inside option line paying out for the race leader. Will definitely be exciting to see how that's used in the A main events following our qualification today into tomorrow.
Oh, and he makes a mistake.
Oh,
he makes it across the line.
He touched the line. Literally, we might need an instant replay on that one. He literally landed on the line by mere inches and was able to finish that one. 12.627, ended with a 31.7. That was actually a pretty good lap. What it looked like could have been disastrous. So Kyle Johnson, 12.627, will take that one and reset new TQ as we take a look at our J Concepts instant replay here.
You can see the two lines for the loop right where his wing
literally
lands. He just hit the first one.
Oh my goodness, you couldn't have got that any closer. So Kyle avoiding disaster. 12.627. Jerome, an 11.603. Paul Ciccarello, an 11.605. Graham Hill, a 6.06. And Rhonda Drake putting together a solid run in that one, an 11.608 for Rhonda. Top 7 drivers did go faster than our previous TQ set by TJ Eller. So we take a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. As always, we start getting into these higher heats. We're going to start seeing more and more big names.
So next up, race 16, Wheeler, Gleckler, Fisher, Arredondo, Vinkmolder, Wyrick, Bartlett, Bider, Chura, Hicks, Bartlett, and Christian. So KJ, new provisional TQ, 12.627. Beach RC track overview camera. Guys starting to get checked in.
This once again is heat 5 of 8 in our 8-scale Nitro buggy class. This is round 3 of qualification at the Roar Off-Road 1/8 scale Fuel Nationals. TQs in this class from yesterday. Jared Tebow took TQ in round 1. Dakota Finn, meanwhile, came back for a staggeringly impressive TQ in round 2. So the TQ for this class still up in the air. No one's got their hand firmly on it yet. Again, who we're going to be watching closely as well as our potential TQs is a one Mr. Ryan Mayfield. Ryan Mayfield, our national champion from the previous year and Dirt Nitro Challenge winner just a few short weeks ago, has definitely had his fair share of troubles this weekend. He's looking to correct that and put himself back in the right here on Saturday. 2 rounds of qualifying to forget about everything that happened yesterday and just focus on today, and you'll be all right. This one about to get underway. About 10-15 seconds until we make this one green. Drivers looking to space themselves apart. Also looking to start their lap fresh and under pace. We've got drivers collecting themselves as they cross the start-finish line. Not a great way to start. But we're live and we're underway and we're trying to space. We see several drivers starting to get underway on their first laps here. Everybody gets sorted out. We'll start calling them out. Here's some of your big names in this one. Billy Fisher's in this one. Jordan Gleckler, Chris Wheeler, Carlos Arredondo, Donnie V, Brian Weirich, Brandon Bartlett, Wyatt Beater, Cole Chura, Charles Hicks, Dylan Bartlett, and Buddy Christian. It's going to be Dylan Bartlett, Charles Hicks, and Carlos Arredondo over the line first. Charles Hicks bettering them with a 32-3. Let's see what Billy can do. And there's Chris Wheeler with a 31-8. Waiting for Gleckler, Fisher, and a handful of others to come back around.
So Arredondo with a tough first lap, trying to recover from it. Just waiting on Billy Fisher. He has a little bit of a rough lap, so Chris Wheeler going to be the leader after one. Hot lap of the race, Carlos on the second lap with a 31.5, so he's trying to recover from a tough start.
Wheeler found himself in the top three in this one in the last heat, the last round. Looking to do the same again here. Arredondo working his way up and over the double onto that back straightaway. Over the double back towards start-finish line. He will put himself currently fifth. That is Carlos Arredondo. Chris Wheeler, our race leader. Billy Fisher to the 2 after a rough one. Charles Hicks, the 3. Hicks with a rough lap, 41.7, going to drop him way down the leaderboard. Fisher to the point, 31.6 for Billy Fisher. Chris Wheeler, a 34.1 and 2. Jordan Gleckler in the 3. Arredondo the 4. Brendan Bartlett and Buddy Christian. That's our top 6. As we follow along with Carlos Arredondo here in the 4 position over the start-finish line. That's a 31.4 for Carlos. That's his fast lap and the fastest lap of the race.
Here's Billy Fisher, the leader.
Fisher in that S-Works, working his way over the double, up and over the roller, uphill moguls. Double to the back straightaway. That is our race leader, Billy Fisher. Oh, somebody going upside down behind him there. Fisher over the double, back towards the driver's stand. Race leader on a 12.628 for Billy. 32 flat that lap.
Nobody going faster than Kyle Johnson right now.
Carlos Arredondo, checkmate, 30.6. Carlos to the point. Blistering lap.
Carlos recovering from that tough first lap. He's actually catching up to Billy on the track.
And on the clock, we can see 1 and 2 respectively. 2 and 1 respectively. Billy over the double. Carlos, a car behind him now, working his way to get up right behind Billy if he can get around the vehicle here. I think he's going to do so over this big double. Ooh, just about gets collected. Fisher there leading the way. Second car in line.
Carlos gets tangled with the lap car.
Carlos finally gets marshaled, so Billy's going to get a chance to kind of go away here. He wants to move to the inside of the driver in front of him, but can't get it done. Fisher now going to be at the point as they go down the back straightaway. Arredondo, the 2. Fisher looking for a way around without forcing it. 2:15 to go in this one. He might have to force it, though. Goes for the up overpass, doesn't work. He's going to look to go back inside after the roller, and he'll stick it there as the driver finds himself stuck. Fisher working to the inside on a 12.629. That would not be fast enough to reset TQ of Kyle Johnson's 12.627. Christian in the 2 spot. Gleckler the 3. Arredondo the 4. Wheeler the 5. We've got a minute 45 to go in this one. S-Works, Billy Fisher over the double, setting back up for the roller single section. Over the big double. 31.6 that lap for our leader, Billy Fisher. Still working on that 12.628. Buddy Christian in the 2 spot on an 11.6 flat, and our Arredondo on a 6.01. So close racing from top to bottom here.
There's Billy up the hill, onto the back straightaway.
Ooh, gets up on 2 wheels there, trying to set up for that 180. Couldn't stick it. He's going to lose just a tick of time here. That's going to be a 32.7 for Billy Fisher as he comes back by. Still on a 12-lap, 6:28 pace. He's about a second and a half off of the TQ set by Kyle Johnson in that previous round.
Carlos comes by with a 32.2. He's on an 11.601.
Carlos the only one to dip down into the 30-second laps at a 30.4 3 laps ago. Fisher working outside in. Driving nice and smooth out there, trying to just keep the vehicle stable and steady. 35 to go in this one. 31.5. That's Billy's fast lap that was just turned. Working his way up and down the tabletop. Going to opt for the inside line there, the preferred option for Mr. Fisher. 20 seconds to go in this one. Uphill moguls, double to the backside, 180 to the straightaway. S-Works getting it done here with 10 seconds to go in this one. He's looking to take it and be the second driver to turn 12 laps. Carlos Arredondo now on a 12-lap run. He's on a 12.632 after a 31.7. Time expiring in this one. Billy currently working lap 11, so he's going to get one more after this. If he doesn't get hung up with the upside-down driver.
Ooh, almost gets stuck there.
Two cars in front of him here. He's got to hope that somebody doesn't make a mistake in front of him and collect him. Nerve-wracking final laps here for Billy Fisher. He's working lap 11 right now, and he does get hung up on somebody. He's still on that 12-lap run, though, 12.627, right on Kyle Johnson's TQ right now. He has a driver in front of him who is, I believe, done, and he does realize it and let him go. Fisher to the inside here, working his final lap, trying to outdo Kyle Johnson's TQ of a 12.627.1. He is literally matching it pace for pace right now, not even separated by 100,000ths of a second. Fisher looking for a good, clean lap here to finish up. He's got two obstacles to go. Makes one, makes two. That's going to do it, and Billy Fisher will set new TQ 12.627 flat, 1/10 of a second faster than Kyle Johnson's previous pace. Carlos Arredondo will end up in the 2 spot, but avoids the 12-lap run, an 11.607 for him. And Bartlett, an 11.608. Buddy Christian, a 6.09, same pace for Wheeler. And then Dylan Bartlett down there in the 6th spot with an 11.615. That's going to do it here for race number 5 of 8 in our 8-scale buggy class. Take a look at our Beach RC track overview. We're going to get into race number 6. Big names in that one. Tyler Jones, Ron Duvall, Cole Tollard, Jermaine Robinson, Ryan Pavitas, Walker Spinrad, Anthony Westergaard, Ethan Mechanic, Tater Sontag, Aiden Horn, Cole Jensen, and Tommy Hines.
Tyler Jones putting in a top 10 run from this heat in round 2.
Jones looking to definitely solidify a potential top 10 spot with another top 10, top 5 run. Looking to do so from, this is actually the D heat.
C heat.
Is this the C heat? I'm sorry, just switched over. I was still looking at number 5. Yep, C heat here.
All right, so looking back at Truggy with 1 round to go, 10 cars are going to make it directly into the main with 2 bumps. Right now it's Tebow, Finn, Fuller, Tessman, Lutz, Mayfield, Ogden, Denny, Horn, and Rivkin. So the drivers on the outside looking in are Bornhorst, Van Dalen, Jones, Cavallari, Wiggins, Heckert, Harris, Rose, Sontag, and Sousa. That would be your B main right now.
So once again, heat 6 of 8. This is race 17 of 19 total. We're working round 3 of qualifying here at the Roar Off-Road 8-Scale Fuel Nationals. We'll have one more round of qualifying today as we take a look at our TNR option lane. One more round of qualifying today, and then we will proceed with the 4 lowest mains thereafter. And that'll do it for racing for Saturday. Then tomorrow, Sunday, we will finish off all of our main events into the finals. Drivers coming in, getting splashes of fuel here. Taking a look at our Techno Dragons back camera here. See Billy Fisher in the escort shirt. Billy, our provisional TQ at the moment, 12.627 flat. He went 1/10 of a second faster than KJ. We're taking a look with Tyler Jones right now as drivers are completing their practice laps. And they wait for that live loop, and Tyler Jones is going to be the first one to lead us off. Tyler Jones, Indiana native, Techno J Concepts team driver, working his way through the option line. He also chooses that inside line.
T. Jones starting off pretty hot here. Working his way through the back section, little hop.
Bobbling it there a few times, but keeps it steady and straight.
Oh, Aiden didn't realize he's already on the clock.
Oh, no.
That's
Aiden.
a bummer.
Aiden, no.
30.9 from Tyler Jones to start it off.
Oh, Aiden realizes it now, but it's too late, buddy. The damage has been done.
Richard's down there in the pits, not happy.
Some of the things you learn, Aiden, obviously a mildly veteran racer. He had finished in the top 2, obviously, at Nationals last year, but sometimes some of those little things, they get lost in the mist at a Nitro race.
Yeah, he just made another mistake, too, so this is going to be a rough one for Aiden. Tyler Jones by with a 31.6 down in 9th now.
Everybody coming around quick there on the lap number 1. Let everybody finish lap 2 and let them sort themselves back out. Tater Sontag early on with the first opening lap quickest. Tyler Jones, though, knows that this track is going to plague drivers during that 6-minute run, so you just have to keep it smooth and steady. Keep it on all fours.
This is a much better lap, a lot tidier. 30.5, and he's back up to 3rd, so down to 9th, back up to 3rd. Tater out front, like you said, though. Walker Spinrad in the 2. Jones, Tollard, Westergaard. That's your top 5. Fast lap of the race. Aiden Horn down in 11th with a 30.2 right after a 37.5 first lap.
Panic lap. Walker Spinrad, 2 30-second laps in a row with a low 31. Is going to find himself at the point after 3. But I tell you what, Tyler Jones is working another quick one.
He does a
here.
front flip, makes it though.
Loses a little bit of time, stays in the top 3. Could have potentially overtaken the lead there, but loses a little bit of time. Cole Tollard to the 2 spot. Team Associated J Concepts driver out of Wisconsin.
So Spinrad, Tollard, Jones, Sontag, Duvall. It's your top 5.
Oh, Jones.
Trouble for Jones. Quick
Gets
Marshall.
up on 2 wheels and ends up upside down. Tyler Jones trying to recollect himself after that one, working his way into the option line. Jones finds himself down back in the 9 spot, 8 spot now. Spinrad, Tollard, Robinson, that's our top 3. So we look for our race leader here, Walker Spinrad. There's Cole Tollard right there, our 2nd place driver, pink, yellow, white, and blue.
He and Spinrad actually working around the track together, so it's Tollard with Spinrad right behind him.
And that is 2 and 1 on the clock, respectively. Walker's working on a 12.611.3. Tollard a 12.612.3. Tollard now to the point. 30.3. Oh, my goodness. Cole Tollard starting to strap it down here. Tollard looking for the option line. He's going to go inside there. Tollard working on a 12.611. That would be TQ right now. Top 9 drivers all looking to go faster than the TQ set by Billy Fisher. Tollard down that back straightaway. Team Associated RC8 B4 over the big double. Working its way back to the driver's stand here for the Wisconsin native. Cole's going to drop down to the 2. Spinrad, who's right behind him on the track and ahead of him on the clock, is going to overtake him after having a 30.9 that lap. Cole a 31.3.
Cole's having to navigate some traffic in front as well. He's got Westergaard and Mechanic.
So what Cole's got going for him is if he can get through this traffic quickly before before Spinrad gets up there, he can count on Spinrad having to do the same thing. Maybe he can give himself a time to get some clean track and make up some time. Tollard at 30.7 that one. Spinrad 32.2, so it's going to put Cole back to the point.
Tyler Jones climbing his way back up to the 3 right now. He's just 2.7 out of the lead.
So Tyler had one incident that cost him more than he'd like, but he's looking to make up that time. Meanwhile, Tollard's still leading this one with 1:10 to go.
Oh, Tollard goes upside down.
Oh,
Same
no.
spot Tyler did earlier in the race. That's going to put Spinrad back to the lead. Pavitas to the 3, Robinson to the 4, Westergaard to the 5, Tyler Jones all the way down to the 7.
So Jones having another rough one. Tollard's going to drop down to the 4 after that 35-second lap. Jones had a 34. So issues for our top drivers here late in the game with 45 seconds to go. Spinrad's going to have a nice, comfortable lead over Jermaine Robinson. Pavitas now, the HB team driver, up to the 3. Westergaard the 5, Jones the 6, Mechanic the 7, then Sontag, Jensen, Hines, Horn, and Duvall. Again, Aiden, oh my gosh, Aiden Horn, 29.4 out of our 11th place driver.
After a flame out, at least he knows he has pace. It's not helpful, but
Those angry laps, they sometimes can be a little deceiving. 10 seconds to go in this one, following along with Cole Tollard. Tyler Jones now all of a sudden back up to the 3 spot after dropping to 9, back up to 3, down to the 7, back up to 3. Tyler Jones trying to get it done when it counts. Tollard keeping it together over the double as time expires. Tollard's going to be working his 12th and final lap right now. Over the backside double. Everybody looking to finish up here momentarily. Tollard finishing his final ones. Jones comes around with the final lap. It's going to drop him to 4th. Tollard's going to have the choice of 3rd or 4th, depending on how this lap goes. Ooh, getting a little sideways. Controls it, though. Oh, my gosh, finally spinning around. Looked like that car wanted to do a 360 for about 500 feet. Finally finishes it up here, and unfortunately he's going to drop himself down to the 5 after the bobble. So Spinrad's going to take that one, resetting new TQ 12 laps in a 6:14. Ryan Pavitas jumps up with a fast lap for him of a 30.7 to finalize a 12:6:15. Tyler Jones ending up in 3rd, 12:6:17.4. Then Westergaard, Cole Tollard, Tater Sontag, Ethan Mechanic, Jermaine Robinson, Cole Jensen, Tommy Hines, Aiden Horn, and unfortunately Ron Duvall fell out of that one early. So top 9 drivers all going faster than Billy's TQ. Billy finding himself in the 10th position as we head into our B heat of 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy.
so like you said, next up the B Heat, Fuller, Tebow, Rose, Van Dalen, Setzer, Wiggins, Lutz, Denny, Cavallari, Harris, Jellin, and Bata. Thanks for the stars, Sean. Walker had a great run. See Lou Dog down there. Mr. Rose, Graham, Mr. Bata. These guys getting out there now. I don't even own a temp gun.
I don't either. People were telling me about all the crazy stuff people are doing in like super stock or stock buggy or whatever these days. That's nuts. I'm still out here charging batteries at 4 amps and stuff like that. There's some people have temp guns and battery coolers. That's too much.
I'm good. You have to have that stuff to go fast. No.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Just need to stop crashing.
Yeah, it helps a lot.
Everybody getting checked in this one. Track's starting to look a little dry out there today.
You can win the stock national title with a $100 motor and charging at 20 amps.
I've never charged a battery over 4 amps in my life.
I just do it because I don't want to wait forever.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm not doing like the discharge, charge, discharge, all that
Fair
madness. Look at Cole Toller just looking majestic. My goodness.
Just makes me feel happy when I see him.
I'm still trying to figure out what CFT stands for.
CFT, let's see. I don't know that one. What was, Eric could probably help me on this one. I'm thinking of Wisconsin always had some weird teams. I think you guys had like, what, Turd Ferguson Racing or something like that. Yeah, TFR. Some good times.
ProTech Pit Lane Cam. All right, this one getting underway in 15 seconds. Looks like we've got some Tanner Denny and Jared Wiggins action off the straightaway.
Once again, our B Heat here in 1/8 scale buggy. A lot of these guys putting it into the top 10 yesterday. Looking to repeat the same today. We do have a green flag out here. It means we are live. Oh, Denny getting hung up on a pipe there.
Not live yet.
He has not started. You're right, so he's going to be okay there.
Now he's live.
So let everybody start getting their first laps in here. Tanner Denny, the S-Works team driver, blue and yellow. A little bit of orange in there, working his way outside option lane.
Oh, went really long.
Almost tripling that thing. Brandon Rose early on, 31.7 out of Rose. Setzer, 31.9. 30.5 out of Van Dalen. Guess who it is? Jared Tebow, 29.7 out of Jared Tebow.
Hello, welcome to the Jared Tebow Nationals.
He has been the man to beat so far this weekend, with the exception of Dakota Fenn. The two of them looking very strong all weekend long. Tebow looking to get it done again. Had a chance to put 2 TQs in both classes and just missed the cut there in Buggy in the last one. Looking to get it done in 3 here. Gets to the inside of his teammate Seth Van Dalen. Tebow currently showing the way. 13.626 the pace right now.
He just did 2 29.7s in a row.
The only driver to get onto a 13-lap run so far today.
That boy good.
Tanner Denny finds himself in the 2 spot. CJ Jellin the 3. Davey Bada the 4. Cavallari the 5. Looks like Jared Wiggins jumps up to the 4 there, moving Davey Bada down.
Our internet chat room thinks that I don't actually know what CFT stands for.
Down the back straightaway there. Tebow up and down the tabletop. Inside line. We're working on Lee there. Gets to the inside. Lee sets her up and down the moguls.
It just looks like he's orbiting on a different track.
It really does. That car just looks calm and collected at all times.
It actually has grip.
Yeah, that's not something we've seen from many drivers this weekend.
It goes forward. So Tebow going 29.7, 29.7, 30.2, 30 flat for a 13.629 right now. CJ Jellin in the 2, Tanner Denny the 3, Jared Wiggins the 4.
Kind of always been Jared Tebow's bread and butter, is these rough tracks where you have to kind of slow down and drive a little more controlled. You see them doing that right there, getting good and collected on the straightaway before he gets on the gas. Maybe that's a big difference. Maybe everybody's just full throttle and Tebow's the only one to not.
Another 29.7. Here's CJ Jellin. Totally different driving style.
Just absolutely sending it everywhere. But similar results. He's finding himself in the 3rd position right now, 10 seconds back of our race leader.
Whoa! He was coming up on Steve Harris. Thought he was going to run him over.
Gets
Steve
around him.
doinks it a little bit. Oh, no.
CJ getting
That's
it wrong.
not the spot for that.
Landing on the face of the double. Hard to get to. Has the pit lane there to contest with. So Tebow still leading the way. Falls off of that 13-lap run there after a 30 flat. He'll find himself working the inside option line here right now. Jared Tebow, Techno team driver, working his way up and over the moguls, down and over the double. Looking to reset TQ, give those A Heat drivers something to really chase. Right now, the top 4 drivers are looking to go faster than the TQ set in the previous round by Walker Spinrad.
Our A Heat guys are going to get water.
So we talked about that the first watered race seems to have at least the fastest lap times. Whether these guys prefer it or not, it would appear on clock that is the fastest. So Tebow really going to have to put something together here, because it looks like his competitors are going to have their best chance to date this weekend.
These finicky drivers, they don't even know what they want.
Jared Wiggins here.
Mr. Wiggins running around in the 3 spot, looking for a 3 overall as well.
1:35 to go in this one. Taking a look at Lee Setzer and Jared Wiggins. Wiggins in the back, white, orange, and blue. Lee Setzer ahead of him in the teal and yellow. Both drivers choosing the option line there with 1:15 to go. Tebow still out front, flirting with a 13-lap run, but currently on a 12.602. He's had a couple 30-second laps.
Holy.
Wow.
Lee's having a tough time out there. Luckily, he's letting everybody kind of move on around him. Wiggins comes by with his hot lap, a 30 flat. He's on a 12.610 now. So trying to put his name in the conversation. He's solidly in the semifinal already, so just trying to better his starting position.
45 seconds to go in this one. Tanner Denny now gets back up to the number 2 spot, so we're following Jared Tebow. Tebow looking to try to push the envelope to get on that 13-lap run with 35 seconds to go. He knows he needs some quick 29-second laps to get that pace back up there. I think Tebow knows in his head that there's going to be at least somebody that turns 13 laps in this A Heat.
Yeah, your average, I believe, has to be a sub 30. So he's not quite there. 30.6, so he's on a 12.603.2. I don't think this track is grooving up at all compared to yesterday. I think it's about the same.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I'd say that line looks identically the same. If not, I wouldn't say that it's worse per se, but there's no more grooving than there was yesterday.
No Moss Pantalones.
Oh,
Tebow making a
Tebow.
mistake. CJ just swapped back and forth about 7 times, too, trying to figure out how to get out of the way.
So Tebow going to end up there in 31.8 that lap.
He's going to be annoyed finishing it off on a 12.604.
Denny looking to come around here and finish up. He is on a 6.08, and he gets it done.
Wiggins had a 34 on his last lap, so he drops to the 5 spot.
Van Dalen will move to the 3. 6.12 for him. Cavalieri as well with a 6.12. 0.2 of a second behind.
That's our top 5 guys ahead of Walker Spinrad's TQ. So one more race to go and a little bit of water beforehand.
Round number 3 is almost upon us. Jared Tebow going to be the 2-2 as that last group heads off at 12 laps. 6:04.803. Tebow in the Techno, Tanner Denny in the 2 spot. Seth Van Dalen third. Cavalry fourth, Jared Wiggins fifth. Overall, as a 12 lap 6:14.2. Then it's Spinrad, Davidas, Jones, Lutz, Westergaard top 10 right now, the 12 lap 6:18 flat. Pollard, Rose, and then Peter Sontag, 13, 12 lap 6:19. Your 8 qualifier, Cole Ogden, Ryan Mayfield, Ty Desmond, Dakota Fenn, Joe Bornhorst, Mason Fuller, Camden Line, Mark Sousa, Adam Drake, Kyle Turner, Spencer Rifkin, and Spencer Heckert. And as we put water down, I want to make sure that we thank all our sponsors for the 2022 Roar National. You will offer Roar National right here at the W Mountain Speedway. Thank you to Anthony Westergaard, fantastic layout thrown down here. We appreciate you making a trip out. You've done that a few times already here for the track. So thanks to Anthony and Factory Track. Thank you to Lev, True Form, Hot Race, LFR, X-Ray, TNR, BNC Bearings, Team Loki Racing, S-Works, Proline, and Beach RC. Appreciate all of our sponsors. Thanks for the support. Thanks to our Live RC. Thanks to the crew for Live RC. Thanks for the lifetime support here. Last night I sat back and did a little replay of some of the racing yesterday on YouTube, courtesy of Live RC. Pretty cool that there's the opportunity to check out racing for friends and family to tune in and watch the action. Just finishing up the right side, then we'll roll out.
ProTech pit lane cam. We've got Ogden, Mayfield, Tessman, Finn, Bornhorst, Fuller, Lime, Sousa, Drake, Turner, Rivkin, and Heckert in this one.
The fastest of the fast so far this weekend. All the big names in this one. Thank you, ProTech RC, for bringing us the pit lane cam this weekend. We also want to thank our title sponsor, A-Main Hobbies. Nitro Pro bringing you the broadcast center this weekend, and J Concepts bringing you all of the awesome instant replays. Beach RC and TNR bringing you our option line camera and overview, and Techno RC bringing you our Dragons back this weekend. Drivers getting their opening practice laps in here. Again, this is the A Heat. These are the fastest of the fast. This is our 8-scale buggy class. This is round 3 of qualifying here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 scale Fuel Nationals. The time to beat came from our at least contending man for TQ. That's Jared Tebow. He has set the TQ going into this final heat. Tanner Denny finds himself at the 2, Van Dalen the 3, Cavallari the 4, Jared Wiggins the 5, Walker Spinrad 6, Ryan Pavita 7, Tyler Jones 8, Ryan Lutz 9, and Anthony Westergaard is 10th right now as they stand going into this final heat for round 3. Everybody dashing into pit lane as we take a look at the ProTech RC pit lane cam. Barry Baker and Chloe Finn right there. topping off Dakota, sending him on his way. There goes Ty Tessman. There goes Joe Bornhorst in and out. Ryan Mayfield, Adam Drake, Fuller.
Fuller happened to get refired, maybe. No, he's still going.
Just doing a little testing there, if you will. Billy starts the clock on himself. Dakota Finn finalizing some practice laps here, seeing everybody show up around the outside of the track. Everybody knows what time it is. It's A-main time.
15 seconds left to go until this one gets started.
Dakota looking quick early on here. Obviously, again, it's just practice right now, but Dakota trying to start this qualifier just as he practices. Fast laps came out of Jared Tebow on that last one. As we get the green flag here, you want to see mid to low 29s if you can. Going to have to go sub 30 if you want to touch a 13 lapper. Dakota Finn's going to lead us off one of our first ones. The TLR J Concepts team driver, I believe was our last year's TQ in the 8-scale buggy class.
He hits the TNR option line into the Technos Dragon's back. Up the hill in the back and onto the back straightaway.
Works the inside line there at the end of the straightaway, whether by choice or not. Back to the start-finish line for Mr. Dakota Finn. 29.5, lap 1. He's going to find himself out front. Mason Fuller right in tow, though, just 0.2 of a second back. Ty Tessman a 30.4. So Fuller and Finn, the only two to touch sub 30-second laps so far on lap 1. Finn's going to be working his way up on the back of Spencer Heckert here in just a moment. Finn does opt for that inside line 2 laps in a row. Going to look to go inside on Heckert here. Heckert going to try to find a spot to give him room without costing himself time.
29.8 from Finn. He's on a 13.626. This is similar to how Tebow started his run as well. Remember, it takes a sub 29 average, or sub 30 average to get 13 laps.
So Dakota not looking to have any 30-second laps here in this one. Gets around Heckert there pretty easily, gets a little sideways, keeps forward momentum, and I don't think should have lost any time there. Should be another 29.
30.3, he moves to the 2 spot. Mason Fuller out front now. He's ran 3 29-second laps in a row. Here's Fuller.
HB team driver working his way up the uphill moguls right behind Joe Bornhorst, who found himself flipping end over end. Bornhorst going to give the position to Fuller. Fuller working his way over that double right now back towards the driver's stand, looking for a 4th sub 30-second lap. He can't do it. 30.3 matches Dakota's 30.3 that he had the last lap. Dakota 29.8 that lap's going to move him back to the point. Mayfield now, there's the man that we've been talking about or wondering when he would show up. And he's showing up right now in 3rd, working on a 12.605. Would be good enough for a 4th overall for the national champion.
So Finn, Fuller, Mayfield, Tessman, Ogden, top 5 in this run.
There's Ryan Mayfield right now working his way through the inside line. Mugen, J Concepts team driver, looking to quiet everyone up who's asking where he's at. Get himself back in the show. Down the back straightaway right now.
He'll get there when it's time.
Mayfield never one to have had issues in the 8-scale class, always able to work his way through whatever may have plagued him.
30.3, he's on a 12.605, just off of Tebow's TQ run. So Tebow looking to go 3rd for the round if it stopped right now.
Mayfield also our Dirt Nitro Challenge winner in both buggy and truggy. Impressive. Again, one of the hardest and most competitive races in the world. Oh, no, Mayfield getting a little bit out of sorts, but ends up back on all 4, so won't cost him too much time. Mayfield working his way back towards the driver's stand. He'll click off a 32.0. It's going to move him to 4th. Ogden to the 3 right now. Dakota Finn still out front and the only one ahead of TQ. He's the only one on a 13-lap run at the moment. Ty Tessman also flirting with going faster than Jared Tebow's 12.604. Ogden on a 12.607. Dakota on a 13.626. Mayfield back to the 3 spot on an 08. So here comes Mayfield finishing up lap 6 right now, working on 7. Turns a 30.5, still on that 608. There's our race leader, Dakota Finn, in the TLR ride, working his way over the big double. He is on a 13.626, 29.6 that last lap.
He's off the straightaway into the option line, opts for the inside line. Oh, gets it wrong.
Gets completely turned around there. Ryan Lutz, meanwhile, is going to get around him on track. This will cost him at least a second and a half.
I think that's Camden, but nonetheless getting around him.
Yes, you're right.
It's going to let Fuller get a little bit closer to him as well.
Dakota looking to try to get right back around Camden. He does. I think Ty Tessman might. I don't think he'll go to the point on this one, but he's definitely going to make up some time, and he does. 12.6 flat the pace for Dakota, so 4 seconds ahead of Tebow's TQ right now. So we take a look at Ty Tessman, the X-Ray team driver, working his way over the big double.
He heads to the back section into the option. Same option as Dakota. Ooh, also making a bit of a mistake.
Getting that nose into the dirt there. Dakota got spun around completely. Ty kept it going forward at least. Dakota comes around, backs up that 32-second lap with a 29 flat. Fast lap of the race out of Dakota Finn.
He's also back on 13 laps.
Just on it on a 13.629.1 with 30 seconds to go in this one. Tessman over the left side double, working his way up and down the tabletop. Opts inside, doesn't nose it in this time. Heckert right behind him. Tessman is 4.8 seconds back of our race leader, Dakota Finn, working his way to the back double and onto the back straightaway. The Canadian, Ty Tessman, looking to put his name in the conversation for TQ.
Tessman got a little bit out of sorts on the back straightaway, but not enough to really affect anything. He's on a 12.604.9, just barely off of Jared's previous TQ run. Here's Finn.
Dakota down that back straightaway, the only one on a 13-lap run right now as time has expired. Dakota will be working this lap plus one more.
If he gets across the line without a mistake here, he is the TQ.
So Dakota's got it. He's going to be the only driver on a 13-lap run, working lap 13 right now. Ty Tessman's going to get caught at the line on a 12.604.9.
Oh, he just barely goes ahead of Jared Tebow, so Tessman 12.604.4 to end it off.
So Ty Tessman's going to put himself second overall as Dakota Finn's going to finish up your lap here. And this is going to be now our guy to talk about as far as TQ, because this is 2 for him.
Yeah, Dakota now with one hand on the TQ. He's got 2 rounds.
So that's going to do it for round number 3.
Oh, Mayfield not getting across the loop on the last lap. We've seen this happen a couple of different times.
So I'll be interested to see, was it a miss or did he physically not finish the lap?
That may put him out of the semifinals because he hasn't had a good run yet.
No. Oh, man. Disappointment for Ryan Mayfield after it looked like he finally was going to have a collected run there.
They may give it back to him because it's a 103. It's exactly 2 laps, so at least he finished.
So it looks like what potentially could have been a missed lap for Mayfield. We'll have to see how that plays out. Meanwhile, our preliminary top 10 will be Dakota Finn's going to take the TQ, solidifying 2 TQ rounds in the class, the only driver with 2 TQs so far. Ty Tessman's going to finish up second, Jared Tebow third, Mason Fuller fourth, Mark Sosa fifth, Tanner Denny sixth, Cole Ogden seventh, Seth Van Dalen eighth, Ryan Cavallari ninth, and Jared Wiggins will round out our top 10. That's going to do it for round number 3. We're going to take a short break, and then we will get back underway with our 4th and final round of qualifying here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals.
Mayfield. top 10 for that round was Dakota, Ty, Tebow, Mayfield, Fuller, Sosa, Tanner Denny, Cole Ogden, Seth Van Dalen, and Ryan Cavallari.